Hello and welcome to live stream number 142, Think About the Questions. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video, which was Think About the Children, which is about the Bible and infanticide. And if you haven't seen that video, please go back after the live stream and view it. It's a very interesting one. Okay, we've got some very interesting news to report, which is that we got some an update from the tour group, and they have basically approved our tour for 2025. Now, this is a tour of Egypt, basically at the beginning of sometime around the first quarter of 2025, where we'll be taking a tour with me leading the tour of Egypt, where we basically explain how all the sites of Egypt that we're going to visit relate to the Bible. So it's going to be a fascinating and interesting tour. Also, the prices have been finally established, although I don't have the final dates quite just yet. So as soon as I get that information, we'll be sure to let you all know so that those who are interested can sign up for it. And it'll be very, very interesting and exciting. So you have that to look forward to. Like always, we're going to take your questions here tonight on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And we're going to start the night with 5 non-super chats. And the rules are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. Then basically, but we do also take non-super chats. We ask that if you post a non-super chat, that we put a Q and a colon in front of it so that I know it's directed to me personally. Okay? Because if it's not, we'll just probably gloss right over it. Okay. Second of all, only post your question once. If you posted more than once, it's instantly disqualified for the night. That's a hard and fast rule, and we are very picky about that. Just because it creates too much question spamming causes too much problems in as I try to scan through the live chat. So, you post more than once, instant disqualification. The third thing is, if it relates to something in the Bible or an ancient language, we do need a little context. So this includes biblical contradictions as well. So we need context for that also. So in the case of a Bible verse, something in the Bible, we need what book it's from, what chapter and what verse. In the case of a foreign word, we need the language and what you think it means so that we have a little context to narrow things down. Okay? So with that said, let's start getting into the questions. Alrighty. First question here is going to be from Darkblade. And he asks, has subsequent research affected the Egyptian loanword argument for the historicity of the Exodus? For example, finding more Egyptian loanwords, discovering some of the words presented as Egyptian loans aren't actually so, finding more Egyptian loans in other Northwest Semitic languages, making the rate in the Exodus less uniquely high, etc. The answer to that is all no. Okay? Now, one of the things we have to understand here is that research is a really slow process. It takes a lot of time to do. Okay? Now, we are finding more loanwords. That's true. That's because Hebrew lexicography and even Egyptian lexicography is an ongoing process. There are people working on this constantly. However, it hasn't materially changed the argument in any way. And it takes a lot of time to get results into the peer-reviewed journal for proper evaluation. So I wouldn't even expect anything to change on this as far as the field of this argument is concerned for several more years, for good or bad. Okay? So right now, the argument still stands. It's still one of the better arguments we have for the historicity of the Exodus. And not much has really changed. If anything, it's actually slightly been made stronger by a few extra loanwords that have been discovered. Okay? So it's just one of those things that we're just getting more data on at this point. It's not really taking away from the data we've had. But again, all this is a slow process. So again, don't expect huge shifts in thinking here in just the small time that's been allotted to it already. All right? So anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Second question here is from the Vermin Trash Rats. Well, that's an interesting name. It goes, greetings, Dr. Falk. Pardon me for the following question. Well, if it's a good question, there's no need for pardon. Can you explain the gift of tongues? Are they angelic tongues? 1 Corinthians 14, 1-5. What does it mean to speak mysteries with God? Verse 3. Okay. Let's bring up the Bible and let's give it a read here. We're always interested in what the Bible actually has to say, because we do want to read the book. 1 Corinthians 14 and verses 1-5. Pursue love, yet desire earnestly spiritual gifts, but especially that you may prophesy. For one who speaks in a tongue does not speak to men, but to God, for no one understands but his spirit. He speaks mysteries. But one who prophesies speaks to men for edification and exhortation and consolation. The one who speaks in a tongue edifies himself, but the one who prophesies edifies the church. Now, I wish that you all spoke in tongues, but even more that you prophesy. And greater is one who prophesies than one who speaks in tongues unless he interprets, so that the church may receive edifying. All right. So that's the passage. Now, there's two questions here. Essentially, what is the gift of tongues? Are they angelic? Are they human? What is it? Okay. And the second of all, what does it mean to speak mysteries with God? Okay. That's really the two fundamental questions here. Now, the gift of tongues, plainly put, is a language. A tongue is a language. That's what is meant here by tongue. It's an idiom. You know, the tongue speaks a language. So it's an idiom for another language, is what it is. Okay? So, what it's talking about here is a gift of languages. Whether a language of men, as in French, that nonsense language, German, Latin, Egyptian, Akkadian, Chinese, Japanese. These are human languages. Okay. Although it is contestable whether French is a human language, but we won't go there. Ce n'est pas possible. Okay. So those are human tongues. Now, what's an angelic tongue? It was perceived in the Second Temple period that angels had languages of their own. Okay, so that it's not just that they spoke, that angels had a civilization and could speak in their own languages, in their own ways. So it was thought in the Second Temple period that angelic beings had languages of their own, not dissimilar to how beings have languages of their own. So it was thought that one could, back then, if it wasn't given the gift of tongues, be able to converse with angels in their own native dialect. So that's what's meant here by angelic tongues. Tongues of basically languages of a higher order. Now, this is not gibberish. I want to make that really, really clear here. Sometimes what passes as a gift of tongues is actually gibberish. That's not what it's meant here. It means a language of a higher order. Basically, the ability to converse with angelic beings, whether it be angels, whether it be messengers sent from God, cherubim, seraphim, or God himself. Okay? But using a language, an organized system of communication that can converse with, say, spiritual beings. Now, as a linguist, you can kind of tell who a real language when you come across it. Languages have cadence. They have variations in tone, in pronunciation, in phonemes that is more or less distributed across a system of communication. So if it doesn't bear those marks of a language, it's not a language. Like, for example, I heard a guy who was supposedly speaking in tongues go da 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 da. That's not a language. That's gibberish. That's not what's being talked about here. Not talking about gibberish. It's talking about a system of communication to which one can communicate with someone else. Even if it is just for the edification of yourself. If you are communicating with a higher spiritual being, that's what's sort of being inferred here, is that you are speaking to the heavens with an angelic tongue. Okay? So, now then, that is what's meant by tongues, is a coherent system of communication. Now, what's a mystery? This is what's called in the Greek mysterion, and mystery is not exactly a great translation for English speakers. Okay, while we do get the word mystery from mysterion, it doesn't quite mean a mystery, as in I can't figure it out. I don't know what it means. It's a mystery. It's not meaning that. What it means is secret. Secret knowledge. Not gnosis. Okay, not in that sense, but basically a set of secret rites or sort of insider insight. So that's kind of what it means here. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It's that it's private in a sense. It's private, concealed knowledge. We do see this referred to in other religions too, like Egypt's. Egyptian religion will often talk about the secret mysteries. And again, it's not so much mystery here. It's more the secret rites, secret knowledge, you know. And really that's more of an experiential cultic knowledge that's being referred to here. So what's getting at here in chapter verse 2 is that when someone speaks in a tongue that no one understands, his spirit is having an experience, but that's not edifying to the church because it's private. So it's more along that line but these are religious experiences that are private, that you can't really share. And that's sort of the problem with speaking in tongues without an interpreter, is that nobody is essentially being edified except the person themselves. Which is why the passage goes into great detail as to why prophecy is, in a sense, better than tongues. Because with tongues, only the one is edified. With prophecy, Many are edified. And that's sort of the difference here. Is one is private and secret experiential knowledge. The other is a message that's shared to a group. And that's why the one is better than the other. So I hope that explains what's meant by mysteries, which is, again, that experiential knowledge that's private, and versus, say, public message. And I hope that explains what is meant by tongues. A system of communication where you can converse with another being. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. It's a great question, and I hope that helped. Okay, the third non-super chat here is from Ernie Stanley. Is the sin of gluttony relevant for us not living on rationed or scarce food? Actually, surprisingly, the answer is yes. But it's not what you may think. Today, the whole issue of gluttony being rationed or scarce food doesn't exist in our culture today. Not in the West. Because we have a surplus of food. Grocery stores are throwing out food every day that they can't sell and spoils on the shelves. Okay? We actually, in the US and Canada, we are net exporters of food. So there's more food to go around than there are people. The problem is, it's not the only scarce resource for which there's a life and death sort of contest over. I wouldn't even go there. You don't have to go there. I can name you an example that does not involve the rich in any way. Antibiotics. Antibiotics is a scarce resource at this point. Pharmaceutical companies are not producing antibiotics in the way they used to. And that's because there's no money in it. Okay? So it's become a limited resource. So when you go into the doctor and you insist on an antibiotic for a virus which cannot be treated for an antibiotic, you are taking a potentially life-saving resource out of the supply chain. If you take a life-saving resource out of the supply chain, it does drive up the price and prevents somebody else who could need it from getting it. So we still have, hey, Jack Ray's back. Wonderful. We were wondering. Hadn't seen you in a few weeks, and we were wondering if everything was okay. Okay, fantastic. So anyway, there are still scarce resources that are life and death situations. As I said, antibiotics. Pain medications is another one. Okay? Pain medications are another example. There have been shortages of, say, codeine. Again, it's not a drug that makes pharmaceuticals a lot of profits, so they don't produce a lot. Because they don't produce a lot, it's become a scarce or limited resource. So, there are situations even today that are still have scarcity and are life and death as far as their availability goes. So, I would basically say that this is still a problem today. It just doesn't concern food. Today, it's more, we see this problem, as I say, more in, say, pharmaceuticals. Transplants, organ transplants is another one. That's a big one. There's a limited supply of organs. Yeah, organ transplants is a huge one. Limited supply of organs. If somebody insists that their little daughter, who has no chance of survival, get the organ, that can take it away from somebody who does have a chance of survival. And no one is saying these decisions are easy. But that's still the principle that's at play today. Is when somebody gets something that they don't need and can't use, there's a potentiality here for somebody else to perish. And that would be the sin of gluttony. So, it's not an easy topic. In fact, if anything, the sin of gluttony has become more complicated, more, in some ways, more scary, because the decisions are tougher now. They're tougher now. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's 625. Okay. Okay, yeah. Let me explain asks, do you believe gluttony is only sinful in these situations, or would overeating be a part of it? No, overeating is not a part of it. Definitely isn't. If anything, Israel ritualized overeating. Okay? That's what feast days are all about. Feast days are all about overeating. Overeating and even drinking to excess. Okay? So overeating is not part of this. It's eating to the excess where somebody else is going to die. Taking more than your fair share and causing the death of another. That's what gluttony is. So if your society is producing more food than anyone can ever consume, and you're eating too, and you're overeating, that's not gluttony. That may be poor management of your, say, health. That's not gluttony. That's different. Okay? So, there's things that we have to keep in, cultural things we have to keep in mind with the sin of gluttony that play deeply into why it's such a crime. Just overeating alone, not a crime at all. So, with that said, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Here. We already did that one, so we'll go. Here's at 818. This now. All right, I'll take this one next. Let me explain. Followers of the shepherd said, does Matthew 16:18 prove the papacy? To me, it seems like an overreading, but I'd love to hear your perspective. Okay, Matthew 6:18. I do have a couple of remarks on this passage too that I think are very appropriate. Okay, this is the classic rock text. Okay, verse 18 says, "And I also say to you that you are Peter," which is basically a term that means rock. Petros. And upon this rock, Petra, I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not overpower it. Okay? Now, classic Roman Catholic doctrine has basically provided their own guidance on how to interpret this, which is basically to say that you are a rock. You are Peter. Okay? And upon this rock, okay, this meaning Peter, I will build my church. Now, there's some difficulties with this interpretation. Now, first of all, I'll say this. The Roman Catholic Church does not actually need this verse to prop up their interpretation of of the papacy, okay? They can just say it's part of church tradition and be done with this. So this is not actually needed as an apologetic. But they'll use this. They'll use this because they know Scripture has authority. The problem is going to be the difference between Petros and Petra. Okay? Petros is a stone. Okay? Pretty good band. Pretty bad band. Yes, well, it is. Petra was a good band, okay? Petros in the masculine means a stone, a rock. You can even go a pebble. Okay? Hey, Peter, you're a pebble. Petra is a foundation, an escarpment, a massive rock. Okay? They're not the same. Petros and Petra are not the same. The difference in gender is also signifies a difference in meaning. A Petros is a stone. A Petra is a massive foundational escarpment. It's an abutment. It's huge. Okay? So what Christ is essentially telling Peter is, you're just one rock. You're just one pebble in this. I am the rock. Jesus Christ is the rock. The gospel is the rock. You know, Christ is called the foundation stone, the cornerstone upon which all is built on. That's what's being referred to here by the Petra. Okay? Now, Catholic apologists will go, well, it's basically the same in the Aramaic. Petros and Petra are the same in the Aramaic. They both mean Cephas. But that's not the received text. That's something we have to be very careful of. You can't go to a translation and say, okay, that's now the authoritative. That doesn't work. Okay? It's like going to the English and going, oh yeah, it's the same in the English. Go for that. You have to go by the received text. The received text is in Greek. So we have to go by what the Greek says here because that's the received text. Okay? So, that's... And again, I think this is a completely unnecessary apologetic for Roman Catholics. It's completely unnecessary. They don't need this. All they have to do is say, well, it's the tradition of the church to accept the papacy, and that's the end of it. Because according to Roman Catholic theologians, Scripture and tradition are of equal weight. If they're of equal weight, shouldn't matter what this text says, because it's not really commenting on the papacy at all. It's commenting on Christ. So they can resort to other arguments. They don't need this argument for this. So, but, it gives them a little bit of mojo to use it in this way. But I think it's a misuse of the passage. It really, the Greek text does not in any way support their reading. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Again, I don't think they need this argument. They can use other arguments. And when push comes to shove, I think they will go to other arguments, because frankly, this is a really, really bad interpretation. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. The next one here, 315. This will be our final non-super chat for the beginning here. Okay. Again, another one from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. And he asks, how do I convince someone of theological error if they reject all scholarship, claiming it is man-made doctrine? I've tried to explain this is fallacious, but I'm not making it through. Yeah, and you won't. Essentially. What you're trying to do here is the metaphorical equivalent of putting your pearls before swine. Okay? He's not. This is the sort of situation where you've got someone who won't accept anything, and probably won't even accept the fact that their English Bible is the result of scholarship. Give them a bunch of text scraps and have them sorted out. Oh no! You don't get Nestle Land or BHS. You don't get a whole Hebrew Bible. You get pieces of Bibles. Put them together yourself.
That was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, no. You don't get a whole Greek manuscript, and you don't get a whole Hebrew manuscript. You get the scraps, the Dead Sea scraps. Now figure it out. Yeah, I mean, anyone who thinks IKEA Bible, I love it. The IKEA Bible.
Yeah.
Comes in a box.
Throw in a magnifying.
Throw in a magnifying glass. That's all the help you get. Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, even the text, so-called Textus Receptus of the King James Version wasn't one manuscript. It was 5. You know, Erasmus had to go collect over 5 manuscripts to put together a Greek New Testament. So even that wasn't a complete version. A scholar had to go collect those manuscripts and put it together to make a New Testament. Oh, yeah. Haystack says, but saying I believe in the Bible as far as it is correctly translated gets me a lot of hate. Well, but that's loaded language. Okay, we got to be careful there. That's what Mormons say. This is a Mormon apologetic here. Now, that's a loaded thing, okay? If you earnestly mean as far as it is correctly translated, that's one thing, okay? But oftentimes that's code for saying I'm going to subordinate the Bible to the Book of Mormon, and where the two disagree, Mormonism will come out on top. The Book of Mormon will be considered more scripture than the Bible. So, careful with that rubric there. That's saying, because that's loaded language. That's loaded language. Okay? I mean, if you are going to say, as far as it's correctly translated, and leave it at just the translation, fine. But if it's code for something else, doublespeak for something else, just be cautious there. Okay? So I understand what you're getting at, Haystack, but there's more meaning in what people mean by that saying than what may you necessarily mean by it. Okay? All right. All right. So yeah, I mean, if you've got somebody who is just rejecting everything, there's really not much you can do, in all honesty. If they've either rejected all scholarship or even refused to acknowledge that the Bible in their hands is the result of scholarship, not much you can do. You can pray for them, and that's really all you can do. And move on. Move on to basically conversations where you have more likelihood to basically get some traction. Okay? So with that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated, and I wish we could do more for you and your friend here. My producer still wants to give him just the scraps, the box of scraps.
I think you and I ought to
Okay, guys. Just keep it keep it toned down, okay? All right. We're not going to get into a war on secondary literature here, okay? This is ancient Egypt and the Bible. Not ancient Egypt and the Oral Torah, not ancient Egypt and the Book of Mormon. This is ancient Egypt and the Bible. Okay? So, no denominational wars in the chat, okay? We're keeping it friendly here. That's also applies for you, Addison. All right, so now let's get to the super chats. Okay, our first super chat of the night here is from the Penniless Theologian for €5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Am I right in assuming that Moses' Egyptian name had a reference to an Egyptian god that is omitted when his name is reinterpreted? Exodus 2:10. All right, let's read Exodus 2:10. We'll get to the question here. Exodus 2. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son, and she named him Moses, saying, because I drew him out of the water. Yes, okay. Now, there's a disagreement in Egyptological circles as to what exactly is the name Moses. Okay? Most Egyptologists will say it comes from the word mes, or mesis, meaning born of. I tend to take a minority position here, and I think it's is from the word words emshe, from the pool. Okay, we find both types of names in Egypt, and most of them are theophoric names. So, Yehudi Mes, which is Thoth has begotten him. Amen Mes, Amen has begotten him. Or we also find names like Montu Emshe, Montu of the lake, or Amen Emshe, Amen of the lake. So it looks very much like the name Moses was at one point a theophoric name, with the divine element chopped off. Now, this is not uncommon. This does happen in various names. Like in the Amarna letters, we find somebody who's named Labiah, which is a lion. It's also found in longer names, such as Baal-Labiah. Baal is a lion. Or El-Labiah. El is a lion. Okay? So it's not uncommon for the theophoric element of names to be chopped up for a variety of reasons. And it's not just, it can be ideological or religious reasons for cutting off the theophoric element, but it's not the only reason for doing it. We do find it just is done sometimes, okay? So, it does seem that Moses' name had a theophoric element at one point, which was not included when it was written in the Torah. So that's essentially it in a nutshell. But we wouldn't expect those theophoric elements to be included. Only in some very rare instances are Egyptian theophoric elements included in, say, the biblical text. Like, for example, Her. Now, in the case of Her, that's the name Horus. If you chopped off the theophoric element of Her's name, there'd be nothing left of his name. Essentially. You can't chop off a theophoric element where there's no other element. So in those particular cases, the Bible preserves that. But in other cases, it does chop it off. So it does seem that as long as there's enough of the name to still make sense after the theophoric element is chopped off, that they chose to do that. So, with that said, you are right. You are right in assuming that there was a theophoric element to Moses' name in all likelihood, and it had been chopped off. Although we do find some people that are named just Mess. So that is also a possibility too. So we can't be sure there was a theophoric name unless it's M. Shea. In the case of M. Shea, there is no fair M. Shea as a name. So in all likelihood, there was a theophoric element, but we don't know what it is. With that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. The next super chat here. Oopsie. Is from Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How can one write a scholarly paper on something that not much has been written on in the first place? Okay. Those are the best type. To put it bluntly, you don't want to write scholarly papers that a lot is written about. Okay. You want to write scholarly papers about new things. Now, if there's really has truly been not much written on it at all, you might have to write several papers. And that's usually what's done in this case. If it's an area that's received no attention at all, and that does happen from time to time, where a paper is written there's a subject for which there's almost no treatment. And that happened. That's happened to me sometimes, where I'm writing on a topic which is just too new, and that's a problem because you can't find peer reviewers to peer review it. You can't find. Gonna grab the. Okay. So so if it's too new, you can't find peer reviewers on it, you're going to have to sort of ease your way into that with other papers. Okay. So if it's really so new that there's no research out there, and you have to lay the foundation, and you have to do it in progressive steps, which is a good thing. That's a good thing. You want to do that anyway. And what will end up happening is at some point, other people will say, oh, this is a topic that can get us more research. So we move on. Okay. Like, for example, when I did my book on the Ark of the Covenant, nobody had done a serious book on the Ark of the Covenant in 100 years. Okay. What I had to do was I had to do articles, and I had to do a dissertation to show that the topic had substance. And once I was able to show that the topic had substance, I could then go on and do the book. So this is what you have to do in these cases where there's not a lot of scholarly work being done in an area. And again, there's reasons why that could happen. One, it was just ignored. Two, it's a toxic area. Basically, like, people came in and did crummy work on it, and it's become such a joke in the field that's become toxic. The other thing is, you also have to make sure, too, that your theory hasn't been debunked 100 years ago. Okay? That's also a good point, which my producer here just brought up. Somebody might not have done it, might not be doing it now, because it was completely discredited 100 years ago. So you got to be careful of that, too. That doesn't disqualify it entirely, but it does mean you have to be really, really careful and thorough as you do it. So, all of this is going to just depend on the circumstances of why a lot of work hasn't been done on it. You might go and you might start doing research, and you might find that, well, maybe there has been a lot of work done on it. It just is in obscure journals or in places where you wouldn't expect to find it. So you really have to do your homework here. So That's how you'd sort of approach this, where you would do a scholarly paper that doesn't seem to have a lot written on it, is do your homework. Your homework, make sure you understand why it hasn't been written on, make sure you understand how you slowly work your way towards writing the paper you ultimately want to write by writing other papers that are, say, a little more tangential, but will provide the support for that paper. Worst thing you can do is write a completely novel, groundbreaking, cutting-edge paper that is not based upon anything else. Nobody will take that paper seriously. So you really, really want to make sure you've done the fundamental work. Basically, you have to till the hard rock. You have to till the rocky soil. And make sure you lay the foundation properly for doing that subject. And if you do that properly, it shouldn't be a problem. My producer also says you have to also be open to the fact that you could be wrong, too. Which is, again, why maybe somebody hasn't written on this. So, yeah, exactly. If you put a work in it and you still find this wrong, that's also a valid paper, too. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. How much do I have to donate for you to give a historical critique on Assassin's Creed Origins, which takes place in the 1st century BC Lower Egypt? I am very serious. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I was told once, never say no. Okay? Always have a price if you don't want to do something. And make it a high price. That way, they're discouraged from actually paying the price, or they come up with the price and they make it worth your time. Jack Ray, $1 million. Hey, ding, ding, ding.
We will do it for
I'll do it for $1 million.
that would be worth it.
Seriously, here's the thing. I play video games for fun. This is my source of relaxation. I discovered when I started playing archaeological video games, which I used to love before I was an archaeologist, that once I became an archaeologist, they weren't fun anymore. They were work. And when I dabbled in Assassin's Creed Origins, wow, it felt like work. It so felt like work. So, I will set a price. Serious price. You're going to have to give it through PayPal, because, frankly, I don't want YouTube giving a 30% cut of this. I want all the money if I do this. Okay. Bubba Old School answer, just say 2,500. Yeah, well, all right, 2,500. 2,500 sent to PayPal. I'll do it. Thanks. Thanks, Bubba Old School. Yeah, it's going to take 10 to 20 hours to do. So it's like I'd be taking time out of something else to do this. So it's not like... So it's not like this is going to... If I do this, it's going to be... take a couple hours. No, I mean, I have to devote things to my other projects. I mean, I've got a book project going right now. I've got I got a lot of other projects in the hopper right now, so I have to take away from those projects to do a video game review. So, Old School, I want my manager's cut 15%. Nice try. Yeah. So I'm just gonna say at this point, 2,500. 2,500. I like that sound. That sounds good to me. That's for about 20 hours work. I think that's fair. That's fair.
And it'll probably.
And frankly, it'll probably be more than that, honestly. So, but yeah, I'll say this: you do if you put in the 2,500, you will get your money's worth. So So anyway, there's your answer: $2,500. Okay. So with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I still don't want to do this, but hey, if you could come up with $2,500, I'll do it. All right. Okay. So the next super chat is from Andrew Graham for 20 bucks Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, how much do we know about the healthcare system of the Egyptians? Did they care for the citizens or just give up on them when they reached a certain age or the point when it was pointless to continue the treatment? Okay. We do know several things about the healthcare system in ancient Egypt. A lot of this comes from the Edwin Smith medical papyrus. And we do know that the Egyptian system used a variety of medicines, of techniques, including surgical techniques, as well as magical incantations. Okay? And the way medicine worked in Egypt was physicians were private practitioners. Okay? So they were essentially earned their living by those whom they treated. So they would exchange their skills for trade goods that they would then use to buy what they needed to live. So more similar to the American medical system than it is to, say, socialized medicine. So we do have, for example, we do have an ostraca where a physician receives a string of carnelian beads in payment for their services. So, and that was part of a will endowment. So essentially the doctor had paid for the care of dear old dad. Dad didn't make it, he kicked the bucket, but he still owed the doctor some cash. So not having money, the physician was bequeathed a string of carnelian beads, which would have been quite valuable back then, and he would have then traded that for the goods and services he needed. Okay, so we do know that physicians did treat the elderly. They didn't just give up on them. They provided both, say, acute medical care, chronic medical care, and palliative care. Okay. So they were there at the bedsides of people who were dying. They often treated, say, people who were dying with, say, analgesics and narcotics. That was common. They did have stuff like opium at their disposal, which they did use as a painkiller. They also provided, say, surgical procedures for those who needed it. We do have some evidence of the Egyptians using trepanation, which is basically cutting open the skull to relieve certain symptoms. And apparently they didn't kill their patients doing this, because we find evidence of, say, incisions in the skull, which actually were starting to heal over. So, Bubba Host School asks, did they euthanize? No, they didn't. The Egyptians did not euthanize. That was just not something that they did back then. They did palliative care. Okay. They did not, there's no evidence of euthanization in ancient Egypt. There's also no evidence of abortion in Egypt either, which is actually quite interesting because we do find it in other places in the ancient Near East. So there's also no evidence of infanticide either in Egypt. So we don't see euthanization in Egypt. We do see palliative care. We do see, as I say, surgical techniques, lots of surgical techniques. They did know how to splint a bone. They did know they would cut out cancers, which is actually very interesting for that time period. So they knew well enough that if someone had a tumor to cut it out. So they were, and frankly, the doctors of ancient Egypt were famous for their skill and care. It was something that they were that they would also export. So, for example, on certain diplomatic missions, like we find this in the Bentresh Stele, which, by the way, is probably propaganda. But one of the things they mention is sending a physician to the Hittites. We can probably assume from that this was not a one-off deal. That the Egyptians did from time to time send physicians abroad to serve in other royal courts as physicians, just because they were so valued as healers. So we do know actually a fair bit about the Egyptian medical system. But again, it's a barter economy. They trade their services for other things. And people were willing to pay the price. It wasn't an exorbitant price, but it was, say, more than your typical, say, farmer would get. And it would be one of those, you could live well even in ancient Egypt as a physician. You know, you could actually live quite well off of that. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next super chat here is actually a member's comment from Darkblade. And he asks 2 questions. Oh boy. Double sponsoring. 1 question from me and 1 from Let Me Explain Follows the Shepherd. And he wants me to say, I, David Falk, want to fill out a job application for ABR. No, I don't. No. They wouldn't hire me anyway. I've done them too. They would not hire me. That much I know. They blacklisted me, so I know they'll never hire me. No point even filling out the application there. Okay, so let's look for those questions. Darkblade, which question are you talking about here? 1 from Darkblade, 1 from Let Me Explain. I've already taken a bunch of Let Me Explain, so... I don't know either. Okay, I'll take this one from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. And then we'll find another one from Darkblade here. Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd has asked this one for a couple of weeks, so... do marriages have to be instigated by a priest or pastor? I don't think the Bible speaks on it, but I would love your perspective. The quick answer of this is no. There's nothing actually that says that a pastor or priest has to conduct the marriage ceremony. This is one of those traditions that has kind of become part of the church, but is not exactly ordained by Scripture. Now, we do know that in almost every sort of monotheistic belief system, that pastors and priests are part of the officiant. Basically, they're representing God's blessing on the union. Okay? But there isn't anything that specifically says that that's necessary. However, whatever that the method of marriage by either the society or by the religious institution is considered a marriage in both cases. So, while it does not have to be instigated by a pastor or a priest, once it is deemed a marriage, it is a marriage. So, just because it's not necessarily done by a pastor or priest doesn't make it any less valid a marriage. So, the Bible is not doesn't lay out what has to be performed for it to be a valid marriage. Other than they have to be able to enter into a marriage. Okay, whether that's by age, for example, are they consenting adults? Whether it's by previous commitment, are they both free to marry and not married to somebody else already? It is always getting bigger and bigger issue, yeah. Are they legally allowed to be married? Like, for example, brothers and sisters are not legally allowed to be married. So there are considerations that do play into, say, is one available for a particular marriage. So while it doesn't have marriage does not have to be instigated or officiated by a pastor or a priest, and nothing in the Bible says it has to be. Once it is deemed a legal marriage, it's a legal marriage. So, whether that's by religious ceremony or by legal fiat is sort of beside the point. Okay? But strictly speaking, the answer is no. It doesn't have to be. But once it is considered a legal marriage, it's a legal marriage. And has to go through the proper processes of a legal marriage. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. Again, it's just not something that the Bible says has to be done by ceremony, although it is tradition within the Judeo-Christian faith to do it by religious ceremony. And this is something that's exercised by both, say, Jews and Christians alike. So we would consider a proper Christian marriage to have gone through a proper Christian ceremony, or Jewish ceremony in the case of Jewish. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. All right, one by Darkblade now. Don't see any by Darkblade. Yeah, unless I've already answered them. Yeah, Darkblade's getting a... It's got one here on bad theories. Okay, well, let's see here. That's the only one I can find. Not a thrilling question. Darkblade asks, what are some bad theories you think get unwarranted promotion because of the perceived market value of the appearance of the theorists promoting them? Oh, ancient aliens building the pyramids for one. I mean, look, you get a lot of this garbage on Joe Rogan's show. I mean, come on, I mean, just and you get terrible stuff like this. Oh, I can't imagine how those stones get caught. Yeah, those things, those ancient alien theories get way too much promotion. Way too much. They well dominate, say, the marketplace of ideas on theories about the pyramids that don't deserve it, really. Oh yeah, I mean, I had people who came into my history of ancient Egypt class at UBC, and say that, well, what's there to know about ancient Egypt? Pyramids and aliens, and they were serious. Okay, but that's how much impact this has on the culture. That that ideas of ancient aliens building the pyramids has more traction today than the people who actually built the pyramids. So it's just like, uh, yeah, I think there's something wrong here. But there are other bad theories too. I mean, the flat earthers. Those guys are nuts. Those guys are absolutely crazy. You know, you talk about going around the world, and they're thinking, and then they talk about how the flat Earth is believed around the world, and you go, what? Huh? Around the world? Flat Earthers are believing in a flat Earth around the world? It's in the name. It's in the preposition around. Okay. You get so many crazies. You get so many crazies who believe that the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia. Crazy. It's crazy. The guys out there who believe in all Ron Wyatt stuff. Crazy. I mean, those guys are unhinged. I mean, I get them on my channel every day, basically telling people that I'm the great deceiver of mankind. We don't need Satan anymore. We got Dr. Folk to deceive mankind. There's just so many of these bizarre theories. It's hard to even catalog them all. So it's like, oh wow, just so broken in so many ways. It just, oh boy. Yeah. BC, Dr. Falk out there telling people the earth is round and believe in Jesus. That's really what we've come to these days. I mean, 40 years ago, people, when you said someone believed in round, that some people believe the earth is flat, that was a pejorative. Nobody believed it for real. It's just, yeah, nobody.
No.
Yeah, not. People. Maybe somebody who is so out of touch, but it wasn't seen as something that people seriously believed. Today there's lots of them, and they're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's like we've got an information virus. We've got an information virus. There was, when I was a Unix system admin, there was a virus that was called the Good Times virus. Okay? The Good Times virus. Essentially, it was just a plain text email that was a hoax. And would go around, fill people's viruses saying, hey, you read this, you've got the Good Times virus. And it's going to destroy all your computer and bring down civilization. And many managers were put into a complete panic over the Good Times virus. Well, it wasn't a real virus. It was an information virus. The virus was that it scared people. what we have right now is these information viruses infecting the internet. They're not providing you information. They're providing you a bad substitute for information. Things such as, well, the pyramids were made by aliens. It's not giving you information about how the pyramids were built. It's basically putting a bad idea as a substitute for information. And that's what we're finding here with all of these crackpot fringe theories, is that they are more or less taking over for what would be normal information. Like the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia. Is there any evidence for that? No. But it is sort of filling a gap for real information. So it's just, it's terrible, and we find these just all over the place today. I mean, crack fringe theories have never been so prevalent as they are today. They're just all over the place. Yeah, people prefer it to truth because it really tickles their ears. It really tickles their ears. So, I don't know what to say other than it's like, yeah, those things have had enough exposure that they don't need more from me. So anyway, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate that. It wasn't a super chat, it was a member's question, and appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. Get back here on track. Next one here is from Mouthwash. $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, why doesn't the Bible mention the Anatolian Hittite Empire, the origin of Levantine Hittites, and why are they Hamites despite speaking Indo-European? Okay, you've got 3 questions there. Why doesn't the Bible mention the Anatolian Hittite Empire? The reason why is because it was before the Exodus. More or less. The Hittite Empire more or less falls apart during the reign of Ramses II. It's falling apart at that point. It gets its final gasps during, say, the reign of Merneptah. It's during the reign of Merneptah that the Hittites get hit with a famine, and it falls apart very soon after that, completely. So it's not a world power anymore by the time the Israelites enter the Promised Land. So that's why the Hittite Empire isn't mentioned. Okay. Now, the Neo-Hittite states are mentioned. The Book of Kings refers to the kings of the Hittites. That's a reference to the Neo-Hittite states. And they form a loose confederacy. Okay. So Hittites are mentioned, but they're really only mentioned in their context as being part of the Neo-Hittites. But the Hittite Empire itself is not mentioned because it's sort of a done deal by the time it's done at that point, by the time the Israelites enter the Holy Land. They aren't really Hamites, though. They're actually Japhethites. Okay? So, and that's because as a people group, they come out of the Caucasus. Okay? So they're really not related to Ham. They're really more related to Japheth. So, because they're related to Japheth, Japheth is probably the line of Noah which we know or is discussed the least. And that's your Indo-Europeans. Those are the people who are going to enter the Caucasus, and then they're going to spread west. So, they aren't Hamites at all. So I don't think that's even an issue there. They're really Indo-Europeans. So, Dewey, poor Hattie, gets such little attention from OT faculty. Yeah, poor Hattie. Hmm. Well, there was a time when the Hittites were thought to not exist. 19th century higher scholarship used to say there was no such thing as the Hittites. And then we find Hattuthas. Well, that was the end of that. Another hyocritical biblical theory laid to rest with the turn of a shovel. Yeah. So, yeah, they haven't gotten the best rap from OT faculty, okay? But there are some people who are OT scholars that are now looking at the Hittites in a more fair and even-handed way, but OT faculty just don't like cognate cultures as much. Some of that just comes down to the fact that when you look at, say, OT faculty, a lot of them are going to be Hebrew Bible only. So this is not just true of basically people who study Hittite culture, but those who study Assyriology and Egyptology as well. So anyway, that's that's just the bias of OT faculty in general. Alrighty, so anyway, let's get back to Super Chats here. Yeah, he's lying. Yeah, Dan McClellan said scholars never doubted the existence of the Hittites, and this was a claim made by Josh McDowell. Yeah, they doubted it. Okay, but again, Dan McClellan lies frequently. Okay. Back up there. All right, here we go. Let's see where. There we go by Destiny Knight for $4.99. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Shalom, Dr. Falk. I'm taking a class with Carmen Imes this semester on Exodus, and your book is on the recommended reading list. I'm excited to read it. Oh, interesting. Wow. I'm very, very surprised I'm on her reading list. Very, very surprised. Considering how much she's talked smack about me. Oh, okay. For those who don't know who Carmen Imes is, she's an Old Testament scholar at Biola University. She's in there. So she was one of those people that was one of the signatories on the petition to get me booted out of VST. Okay, so she has not exactly been in my camp. She's been there's some stuff going on there that I just don't wish to discuss about her. But So I'm actually very, very surprised that she would have put my book on her reading list. So, yeah. But I think you'll enjoy the book. So I think it's one of the, I think it's a I find that's very interesting. This phenomena is very interesting where people who don't like you personally and may even be considered your enemy end up using your material. That's when you know you've made it as a scholar. It's when they use when they use your materials, even when they don't like you. Okay? So if someone who doesn't like you ends up using your material and recommending you to their class, I think you've won the scholarship game at that point. So, Sam asks, what am I drinking? I am drinking water with lemon in it. Lemon. Lemon water. So, that's what I'm drinking, Sam. Nothing exciting. So, yeah, so I find that very, very interesting that she would put my book on a recommended reading list. So, uh, given the past history between us. So, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and thank you for letting me know. Lemon water, you wild man. Danny DeVint. Let's see, where is it? Let's see, where do you put it? Yes, Danny DeVint. Lemon water, you wild man. Yeah, you gotta live on the edge. That's what I said. Living on the edge, drinking, having water with lemon in it. Almost a lemonade. Almost. No sugar, though. So not quite a lemonade. Okay. Interesting. All right, so the next one here. Let's get to the next super chat here. Scholar with a sword for $2. Thank you very much. He asks, is there value in the writings of Manetho and Ipu? Do you mean Ipuware? I don't know what you mean by Ipu. Okay. But Manetho I can talk about. Definitely I can talk about Manetho. There is value in Manetho. Okay. We don't take Manetho at face value, though. Okay. And the reason we don't take Manetho at face value is because he's writing from a very late period of time. We also have multiple copies of Manetho that don't all agree. And part of the reason why they don't agree is because what we don't actually have anything direct from Manetho himself. It's not like we found a papyrus with Manetho on it. These are basically copies of Manetho that were preserved in the writings of other Christian and Jewish writers. Like, for example, parts of Manetho have been preserved in Josephus. They've been preserved in Julius Africanus and Eusebius. Okay. Also, Theophilus preserves a copy of Manetho. And the problem with Manetho is the various copies of Manetho all differ in some pretty significant ways. Especially when it talks about certain things like who was the Pharaoh during the Exodus. They're all different. We have 7 copies of Manetho. Of those 7 copies, 4 of them have that section on the Exodus. Each of those copies mentions a different king as being the king of the Exodus. So we have to be really, really careful when we use Manetho in that way. Now, using Manetho to try to figure out how long kings reign, that's actually a less dodgy proposition. And the reason why is because we do have now a lot of correlating evidence that we can use to compare to Manetho to basically say, okay, in this particular case, Manetho's right. In this particular case, he's wrong. So we can still use Manetho as a source, but he's not the only source. And I want to make that really clear. Like, for example, when we look at, say, we want to, like, for example, when we have documents of certain kings, like, for example, Manetho will say that Ramses II reigned 66 years. We can confirm that because of the regnal dates of the Ramesside documents. It's very close. So, we do want to be careful when we use Manetho because he's a late source. He's a source that's been redacted by or edited by Jewish and Christian writers, but he's also still a valuable source. Okay? So he's just one source among many. And as long as we take him as one source among many, as opposed to being a Manetho maximalist, we don't want to do that. He's perfectly fine to read. He's perfectly fine to read and use in scholarship. Okay? But he's not the final authority either. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I don't know what you mean by Ipu, but if you ask a follow-up question, we could probably address that too. Right, we got gifts from Jack Ray as far as memberships. Thank you very much for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate your back after a 2 or 3 week hiatus. So thank you very much for support of the channel. We do appreciate it, and it does help put food on our table. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, follow up to the tongues question. Did prophets speak in tongues when communicating with angelic beings or God? The answer to this is we don't know. We don't know what languages were spoken. Prophets don't tell us. Presumably, it's probably their native tongue, whatever that is. Something that the prophets could understand. Probably Hebrew. But again, we're not told for sure, one way or the other. What we do know about the whole thing about prophets, though, is that they were transported before God. Either they were transported into the throne room of God, or God came down to them and provided court to the prophets. So it's one of those things where to be a prophet, you have to be in God's presence. And if you're in God's presence, really the language doesn't much matter. So it was one of those things where the detail, if there was another language spoken, we don't know what it is, and we're not told. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, next super chat here is from JCM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are the 10 kings in Revelation 17:12 the 10 Roman provincial governors under Nero? All right, let's take that passage here. Revelation 17, verse 12. Verse 10. Okay. Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains on which the woman sits. Now, some people view this as Rome. I have yet to look into this to see if there's anything other than that to basically base that on. Okay? But the woman here is basically the apostate religion, basically the whore of Babylon. Okay, so that's what's being referred to as the woman. Okay. Now, is that Rome per se? I have my doubts about that. I've got serious reservations about that. In verse 10, and there are 7 kings, 5 have fallen, 1 is, the other has not yet come, and when he comes, he must remain for a while. And the beast, which was not and is not, is himself also an 8th, which is one of the 7, and he goes to destruction. And the 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received a kingdom. Okay. There are 10 horns. 11 if you count the little horn. Okay? But they receive authority as kings with the beast for 1 hour. Now, here's what I got some issues with the whole sort of the idea that this is what's called sometimes a preterist or semi-preterist reading, that this is really talking about Rome. And the horns are the former emperors of Rome. And they are the whole issue is they're supposed to receive power with the beast for a period. Okay. Well, if they're all dead leading up to Nero, and then these aren't them, the basically living beings. So, and the whole idea of being 10 Roman provincial governors under Nero, I think is a pretty dodgy supposition. Okay? So, and I think there's actually a better explanation for the 10 horns. Okay? There's a better explanation for the 10 horns. That essentially, these are disciples. These are the 10. Why is that significant? It comes down to what's true disciples. What are the true disciples? What are the original disciples? You talk about, for example, Jesus. Jesus had 11 true disciples. 1 was not a true disciple. 1 fell away. So there's 11. The defective of 11 is 10. So these are essentially 10 true disciples of the beast. Okay. So this is what's called a defective number. It's a defective number. It's where you take a number that is fine on its own, and to make it defective, you reduce it by 1. Okay. So these are not just say provincial governors. Provinces right now that don't no longer exist, by the way. But they were not principal at the time of, say, Nero. And frankly, by the time Nero actually gets around to being a problem for Jerusalem, he's dead. Dead, dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead. Jonah dead. Osiris dead. That kind of dead. Okay? He's not in a position where he's given anyone any power for any particular time. So, I've got serious reservations about the whole Nero interpretation. So, start take a shot every time he says dead. But you know what? I have to. I have to keep repeating the dead thing. You know, it's crazy, but I had some guy come on my Jonah short today and go, well, this guy's just making it up. Jonah wasn't really dead. Like, what? I mean, but I have to keep saying it because people don't believe he died in the belly of the whale. I wouldn't want to pass out. It's the same thing here with Nero. He's supposed to be the great conqueror of Jerusalem in 70 AD, and he's been dead for years. DC says, I have a picture of Jonah inside the whale with a desk and a lamp. Proof. Let me explain says, Dr. Falk making stuff up again, not like he reads context and other scholars. Hey, watch it with those other scholars, they're making it up too. Ooh. Yeah, so, when we talk about here, the whole idea that Revelation 17 is talking about Nero and his governors, or the past kings of past Roman emperors from Augustus onward. I'm not buying it. Because it doesn't make sense, even in the context of apocalyptic literature. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Because you always have to assume that these people are basically, coming back from the dead as ghosts. Woo! Woo! I'm Nero, back from the dead to give my governor's power for an hour.
Didn't die.
Oh, it'd be no. Andrew Graham says, if didn't die in the whale, can you imagine the smell? Oh yeah, it'd be awful. Just awful. Yeah, just the smell will kill you. Come on. Oh, there's no air in the stomach. So, it's just like that's funny. Let me explain. Followers of the Shepherd. Man, a zombie Nero would be spooky. Well, yeah, okay. I'll grant you that one. But yeah, it's crazy, but that's what we're down to. Is it's like we're arguing a apocalyptic vision, an interpretation of the apocalypse that could not possibly be true because the actors are dead. Danny Dement. Nero, you can't be alive. We banned necromancy. George, wasn't there a legend that Nero would return? I think it's found in the Sibylline Oracles. Yeah, there's a legend. But this isn't legend. This is the apocalypse. This is the unveiling. The book of Revelation is John unveiling to the world what the Old Testament prophecies mean. Okay? It's supposed to be true. It's supposed to be to show you how to interpret this. Let me explain. Oh, this community is too good. Jack Ray, dead actors' words fall on deaf ears. Oh, that one's good. Andrew Graham. Nero's Hour of Power. Ooh. And he's healed. keep those deliverance ministers away from Nero. That's all I'm saying, okay? No dead raisin for Nero, okay? just saying. That would be a real bad idea. Yeah, I mean, we have to start looking at eschatology in a different way. And I think that's the problem, is we are looking at eschatology through frameworks. We are not looking at it through the Old Testament. Okay? This is I think is our principal problem with how we read the book of Revelation. We're not going back to the Old Testament. We're not saying, okay, this is the symbolism we find in the Old Testament, and this is the symbolism we should be applying to the book of Revelation. What we're doing is we're taking eschatological frameworks that were developed through an entirely New Testament understanding, essentially a Marcionite understanding of the scriptures, and then applying that to Revelation, and then we're going, hey, why doesn't this make sense? Well, the foundation's wrong. The foundation is wrong. We're not basing our interpretation on Revelation on the symbols and the prophecies of the Old Testament. We are looking at this and we're saying, oh, well, we got this whole messianic thing going on in the New Testament, and we're just going to take all we know from that. Forget that Old Testament. That Old Testament thing's rubbish anyway. And, we're going to make our frameworks based on that. Now, the New Testament is scripture. And you should use it. The problem with the book of Revelation is it's almost entirely dependent on the Old Testament. It's joined at the hip, the Old Testament. It's basically the wraparound. Okay? You've got the Old Testament that leads up to the New Testament, and then you've got the book of Revelation saying, hey, wait, don't forget about the Old Testament too. It's still there. It's still important. It's not done. There's more to this. So these sort of preterist readings are terrifyingly bad. They don't make sense for what the intent of the book is supposed to be, which is to show that in the end, God still wins. Jack Ray says, the Old Testament too, the wrath of... Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Alrighty. Okay, so let's get back to the super chats here. But that's sort of where I would go with this, is I think even the whole premise that Revelation is based upon, Nero being the beast is just 3 sheets to the wind. It's just, I don't give it much credence. I don't give it much credence at all. So that's it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Asim Weir for $4.99. What do you think is the best biblical argument against Mormonism? The Bible itself. Okay. Now, I'm going to be I know we have Mormon viewers on our live stream here. I'm going to be very, very tactful about this, okay? I think that one of the problems with Mormonism is its new scriptures. The new scriptures that do add doctrines that are not compatible with the historic Christian faith. Okay? Now, The Bible is basically what we know is Scripture. We know that the Old Testament and the New Testament is Scripture. For anything else to claim to be Scripture, it has to be in complete accord with the Old Testament and the New Testament. If it fails in any of those two to meet that standard, it's not Scripture. So that's what I would think is probably the strongest argument for, say, rejecting the Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, Doctrines and Covenants, and the Book of Abraham. Okay, so that would be my take on this. And there's even, I mean, you could get into specific details on particular aspects of these doctrines and see how it doesn't compare to the Old Testament and the New Testament. But we won't do that here. If anyone has a specific question, of course, we will engage that. As everyone who on this channel should know, we do teach these things from a specifically Christian perspective. So any of our Mormon viewers should know that. So we're not going to be mean. We're not going to be, divisive about this, but do understand that we do have a particular standard of which we do meet. Okay. Now, with that said, I think there are some of the new Mormon scriptures that are even more problematic than some of the others. I think the Book of Abraham is especially problematic. I don't think that that's exactly what Mormonism purports it to be. I have some people have asked me to do something on the Book of Abraham, especially given its Egyptian connections, but I've yet to do that. But one thing I have been able to establish is that the Book of Abraham is not an Egyptian document, not in any way, shape, or form, even though its source material was an Egyptian document. So that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Good to see you here tonight, Rob. Blessings, David. I found a super cool 2022 journal, JSOT, journals of the Old Testament paper, Moses, the Lifter of the Sky, a novel reading of Exodus 17:8-6 in light of Heliopolitan cosmogony, that is using a polemic, it's a polemic using Shu, Tefnut, and Nut. Interesting. I haven't read that paper. Be cool to read that. Maybe. Let's take a quick look at, need to get out? I'll pull it up here. Let's see here. Let's bring up the Bible here. Exodus 17, verses 8-16. Bible here. Then Amalek came and fought against Israel at Rephidim. So Moses said to Joshua, choose men for us and go out fight against Amalek. Tomorrow I will station myself at the top of the hill with the staff of God in my hand. And Joshua did as Moses told him, and fought against Amalek. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up on the top of the hill. So it came about when Moses held his hand up that Israel prevailed. And when he let his hand down, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy. And they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. And Aaron and Hur supported his hands, one on one side, one on the other. Thus his hands were steady until the sun set. And Joseph overwhelmed Amalek and his people with the sword. Then Lord said to Moses, write this in a book as a memorial and recite it to Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek for under heaven. And Moses built an altar and named it, The Lord is my banner. And he said, the Lord has sworn, the Lord will have war against Amalek from generation to generation. Okay. Okay, so uh it's possible that this could be symbolic of, say, the supporting of the sky, that whole that polemic using Shu, Tefnut, and Nut. That's a possibility. It doesn't explicitly say, though, so I would like to see that article before I give more on this. But it does seem to be a parabolic act of some kind. That it didn't directly influence the way the battle went, but it was an indirect parabolic act that God favored for some particular reason. So, 501 Mobius, Ben-Hur, yeah. Actually, that's where the writer gets the name Hur from, is from Exodus 17. So, absolutely, we do see that. But I'd like to read that article before I comment more on that, because sometimes I found that some of those Egyptian connections can be tenuous. So, I'm going to be very, very circumspect about this until I actually read the article. But it's interesting. It's an interesting thought, and it's worth considering. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's good to see you here tonight. All right, I have here another 2 sets of gifted memberships from Jack Ray. Thank you very much for those memberships. Again, this really helps support our channel and keeps us afloat. We really appreciate it, and it really helps us go full time. So we really do appreciate that, and we are full time now, and so we do need your support more than we ever have. And we appreciate those who continue to donate to the channel and to support us financially and with your prayers. We do very much covet your prayers. Okay. AT Ministries for $199. $2,500, but will it be in Let's Play format? I've never done Let's Play format. I don't even know what Let's Play is, so hard for me to say. Is that like a streaming service? Like, I don't know what Let's Play is. If someone wants to let me know in the live stream chat what Let's Play is, please enlighten me here. Just don't know. But as I said, for $2,500, I'll do a review of oh, okay. It's just streaming, playing a game. Yeah, I can't see why I can't do that. Although screenshots might be more edifying. Because when I got stream shots, I can actually focus in on things. But, yeah. So. Okay. All right, well then, yeah. If it's play the game, record yourself, and then gameplay, and give your live reaction to it, sure. I mean, I don't know how sticky they get about their assets being shown in streaming. Some publishers are more picky about this than others. But I imagine at this point, it wouldn't be quite so problematic as it was when the game first came out. So who knows? Maybe we could do that way. You never know. But then again, too, the last time I played this, I stopped at every little inscription and started reading it. So it could be for a very slow play if I do that. That might not be the best way to do this. Just saying. Dr. Falk stops gameplay to do a whole archaeological dig in Assassin's Creed Origins. He gets a lot of NPCs as diggers. Cordons off the area with fencing. Yeah, that would be a good time. All right, let's go to the next super chat here because that's fun. Understanding Christianity for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why is the Mount Ebel cursed tablet rejected? Is it valid in any case? Okay. Let's talk about the Mount Ebel curse amulet. Okay. The problem is the epigraphy. That's the problem. The problem is, actually, there's a second problem too, which is the dating. Okay. The dating, here's the problem. The problem is that this is a discovery that was discovered by and promoted by the Associates for Biblical Research. And the Associates for Biblical Research has this nasty habit of massaging data to fit their particular view of an early Exodus date. Okay? That's the problem. That's the problem. Is how they manipulate the data. So, now, they're dating, they go through these hoops to redate the ceramic typology, to date the curse amulet to late bronze 1, essentially B. 1B, 2A. Which would fall in line with their early Exodus date. Now, the ceramic typology doesn't work. Doesn't work. But that's half the reason to reject the results. The other reason is because the scans produced nothing. Now, the problem with the reason why it's been rejected by most epigraphers is there's nothing on the scans. The scans came back blank. And if the scans came back blank, there's a problem, a really, really deep problem, which is you can't then claim it's a curse amulet. Because a curse amulet, a defixio, is basically a lead amulet with a curse written on the inside that's then folded up. No curse amulet. You just then got a folded piece of lead. There's also other reasons to doubt this too, which is the fact it was found in a fill pile out of context. That's a problem. We don't know the origin of where that tablet was in the strata. So, it could have been in, say, the Late Bronze 2 strata, Late Bronze 2B strata, or the Iron Age 1 strata. That's possible. But it could also have just as easily been on the surface. In which case, if it's on the surface, it could have dated to any time at all. Because we have no archaeological context for it. So because we don't have any archaeological context for it, because it was in a fill pile, it's impossible to say when it dates. It's just not possible. So Stripling has made claims that this dates to a certain period of time that it cannot know it came from. Even if its ceramic topology is correct, that fill pile is undateable. It's undateable because it includes stuff from all the periods at Mount Ebal, plus its surface. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll take Patui's comment here. He's nailed it. Patui says it's a lead lamellae of some kind, but until you find curses or adjurations, it's not even a defixio. That's correct. Without a curse on it, it's not a curse amulet. It needs that curse. You need to be able to establish that it's a curse. Without a curse amulet, without a curse on it, it's not a curse amulet. It's nothing. It could be a weight of some kind. It could be a fishing weight, as has been proposed by Amahai Mazar. It could be a fabric weight, something to weigh down a curtain. That's also possible too. Lamellay were also used for that. Excuse me. So without a curse on it, it's really nothing, and their whole case falls apart. That's the problem. Is that's why it's rejected. It's for all those reasons. One, you can't date it. Can't be dated. Two, it doesn't have an actual inscription on it, as far as we can tell from the tomographs. And three, it could be something else. Yeah, but I'm gonna take Darkblade's comment. Darkblade says, I was partially able to see at least some markings on the amulet that appeared to on the epigrapher's drawings. That's better than I say for the Jerusalem curse tablet. The curse tablet is nothing but chisel marks. But the fact is that the epigrapher's drawings were just crazy. They were crazy. I mean, it was not just a boustrophodon, which is basically the idea that the text goes one way, goes down, goes the other way, goes down, goes the other way, etc. That's a boustrophodon. This was like a drunken ant path. I mean, it was really all over the place. It crossed over itself. It was just nuts. It was completely nuts. And the fact is that even if you like squint at this thing, even if you squint at it, it's not clear there's markings there. It's really not clear. Especially when you start looking at, say, the tomographs. And tomographs are not the easiest things to read anyway. They're not the easiest things to read. You can see, say, tomographs of, say, Latin defixio. And it's clear there is an inscription there. You may not always agree on what that inscription is, but it's clear there's an inscription there. There's something there on Latin defixios that have been tomographically scanned. Or even the Greek ones. You can tell there's an inscription there. There's no question of it. No. This has nothing that is clear. You have to. I mean, there are times when you are unsure about what the characters are on a inscription because it's very shallow or whatever. But that's not even the case here. We've got basically bumps and ridges on the inside. That's what you got. Nothing inscribed. So that's really, really problematic for a lead dysphyxio. Because this is supposed to have been etched. This is supposed to be etched with, say, a steel graver or bronze graver. Okay? So for it to have been etched, there has to be a groove where the etching was done. There's no grooves. There's cracks. Call them that. But are those cracks that are naturally formed? Or are those, because the lead's gotten brittle? Or is that writing? So, and plus there was markings on the outside, supposedly, and yet those weren't properly accounted for when it came to what was on the inside. So I don't think this thing has any legs at this point. I think this is going to be consigned to the waste bin of junk science. But that's going to mean that in about 10 years' time, we're going to get, basically Curse Amulet Maxis coming out, basically saying, "Oh, you denier of the Bible! You don't believe in the Curse Amulet!" I mean, we've basically got this is essentially going to be the next step in the evolution of the Ron Wyatt cult, essentially, where people are going to come out going, "Oh, you denier of the Bible, you spawn of Satan, you deceiver of the masses, you don't believe in the amulet." Jack Ray. But, Cursed of the Mummy? No, Curse of the Idiots, unfortunately, yeah. Well, there's already people who are still repeating this as if it was absolute gospel. I mean, really, that's what we've come down to, is that people, I mean, it's been widely rejected by both, say, secular and Christian scholars. Christian scholars have come out and panned this thing. You know, so I mean, we all would have loved for this to be true. Oh, it's so good if it was true. I wanted this to be true. You know, I'm willing to set aside my dislike of ABR, um, to hope this thing was true. But it wasn't. It's not true. Well, okay. I'm gonna take one. I'm gonna take that for a moment there. I think that's actually Diego Cervantes. Ignorant, not idiots, laugh out loud. Well, there's a point where ignorance ceases to be ignorance. It's ignorance as far as not having the knowledge. When you have the knowledge and reject it and become willfully ignorant, then once you're willfully ignorant, you cease being just ignorant. You then enter that territory of sinful ignorance. Okay. And he adds here, most don't have the time to research most topics. However, they should not be so sure and simply admit they don't know. Oh, I agree. Yeah, okay. You know, if they're just ignorant, then knowledge would fix it, which is why this channel exists. This channel exists to get good information out and curtail the bad stuff. You know? And, you know, we have a long, long legacy in the Western Evangelical Church of not being responsible for the sins of the past. What do I mean by that? What I mean by is a lot of pastors came out and supported Ron Wyatt. Okay? They came out in droves and said when Ron Wyatt was reaching his peak in the early 1980s, there were tons of pastors who were reaching from the throne, you know, basically that Ron Wyatt had discovered everything. Well, when the word started getting out about the fraud and the malfeasance and the heresy and all that stuff, the pastors who were promoting him didn't own it. And they didn't disavow him. They just stopped talking. They just ceased talking about Wyatt. This left the church and the laity in a really, really bad place, where they were still going on, thinking that Ron Wyatt stuff was perfectly okay. That, no, pastor isn't talking about it anymore, must be fine. He's just moved on. We didn't own it. They didn't own it. So somebody has to own it. Somebody has to say, has to basically call it out for what it is. Unfortunately, this Mount Ebel curse amulet is following the same path. It's following the same path. Dewey says, caution up front is preferable to entrapment later. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is... Darkblade question: Am I lucky that a rebuttal of Ron Wyatt was one of the first times I ever heard of his existence? Oh yes, many people were taken by him. I was taken by him. Okay, well, this was long before I became an archaeologist, but I was fooled by him. Yeah, I was fooled by him. He was preached from my pulpit. So, you know, this is serious stuff. It's just this is why I think it's important that we get this out, because frankly, Ron Wyatt has never been so popular. Never been so popular. He's got more followers today, thanks to the internet, than he ever did on Christian TV. He's got more acceptance, more popularity, more followers, and it's pure toxic, pure poison. So, this is why we have to stamp out bad archaeology before it becomes mainstream. Because if we let those horses out of the barn, we never get them back in. This is why I'm so hard on, say, the Mount Ebel curse amulet. Because it's bad science, it's bad archaeology, and it has the potential to become another exhibit in the gallery of Ron Wyatt and his ilk. So this is why this is serious stuff, because our archaeological misdeeds of today become deception for the people of tomorrow. We got to own it now while we still can. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. I hope that helped you to understand why we reject the Mount Ebel curse amulet and the reasons for it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Okay, the next one here is from Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. And he asks, what learning resources would you recommend for someone who wants to get a formal education in Old Testament, New Testament studies, but works 9 to 5 and is raising kids? Ooh, okay. There are several approaches to this. Okay, now, I don't know what life stage you're in, but apparently you're still in the process of raising a family. That's fine. That's difficult. Raising a family is always going to be your priority, and it's going to be the most difficult thing in the world. Okay? When I started getting my formal theological education, now, okay, there's a difference here between an informal and a formal theological education. If you want a formal education, then you have to go to a school of higher learning. Okay? And here's, I don't know if you have a bachelor's degree already or what your educational status is. That could help us narrow this down a bit. But so I'll give you some general guidelines here. I did do a whole playlist on so you want to go to Bible college. Okay? And I would recommend viewing that playlist to get some more information. Okay? But if we're talking about formal education, there's a formal education will better equip you than an informal education. And that's because formal education forces you to learn topics you wouldn't necessarily teach yourself. So there's an advantage to a formal education. Now, the disadvantage is the time and the money and the difficulty. All right? And we're not going to sugarcoat any of that. Formal educations are more difficult. They're designed to be more difficult. They're designed to challenge you. and to raise the bar. Okay? So, if you want a formal education, you will have to go to a college or university of higher learning. Okay? I would not recommend distance learning. Okay? Not for this particular field. Distance learning seems to not be as effective for this in the long term. The studies that are coming out right now on this shows that you're going to only get about 30% of the benefit that you would actually sitting in a classroom. That's if your goal is to be formally educated and to be able to handle, say, the Old Testament and the New Testament with competence in such a way that would only come from a formal education, then you got to bite the bullet and you got to do it. Now, your particular problem or limitation is the family and the 9-to-5 job. In my particular case, when I started seminary, I had a 50-hour work week career job. Okay? And I did go to a seminary that was 3 miles away from where I worked. Okay. That was convenient. That was convenient. That was Providence. That was Providence. So, I was able to work, go to lunch, take a class, come back to work. I would do a class first thing in the morning, come to work, take a class during lunch, go back to work, come back, and basically at the end of my shift, go and do a night class. So I was able to do 3/4 time school while I was working that 50-hour work week job. Okay. It wasn't easy. It was really tough to do. And I did that for 2 years. After that, it was basically, I couldn't, 2 years into working at that place, the company was sold out and everyone got laid off. Okay. So after that, I took student loans and then completed my degree full time. Okay. Because I just decided at that point I couldn't do that anymore. Okay. So it can be done working full time and taking classes part time. It's possible to do. It's not easy. You will miss out on certain things with raising your kids. But again, it comes down to what's the balance here. You might not want to do 3/4 time. You might want to do, say, quarter time. It'll take you a lot longer, but it's better than a non-formal education. I'll say this too. Old Testament and New Testament studies is a language game. It's really important. I want you to be very, very clear of it. It's a language game. Your ability to handle the ancient languages is going to determine your success at Old Testament and New Testament studies. Without that language learning, you're not going to have the foundation you need. And you can only do that language learning in a classroom. Okay? It's only possible in a classroom. You can, say, maybe learn first year Greek on your own. Okay? That's going to be the extent to what you can learn on your own. You're going to need 2 years of Hebrew, and you're going to need an additional 2 years of Greek exegesis. Both of those are you're going to have to learn that in a classroom. And that's just the long and short of it. You can't do that with distance education. So, and this is why a lot of schools will not offer language classes as distance education, because it's just impossible to assure quality through that. Okay? So, if you're going to do this formally, you need the languages, and you're going to need the classrooms. But The compromise here that might help you is you don't have to do it all at once. You can do it part-time. And there are a lot of part-time programs out there, and that's what I would recommend. For people who are with a 9-to-5 job or raising kids, do this part-time. Do this part-time. Do it with classes that you can work into your work schedule. That's possible to do. Some classes are very early in the morning. When I went to Trinity, they had 6 a.m. classes for that reason. You can fit in, several classes at 6 a.m. very easily. And I did. So, but if your job is flexible too, has flexible hours, then that's helpful too. Okay? So hopefully that will give you some advice on how to proceed with this. Again, if you want formal education, there's no substitute for the classroom. The best bet in your particular case will probably be part-time. With that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. And best of luck. Something else here. Patui says, I was able to start learning cognate languages like Ugaritic, but only after I already had 3.5 years of classroom classical Hebrew as a foundation, and I had a faculty tutor to help me pass the roadblocks. Yeah. I'd say the same thing about Ugaritic too. Ugaritic, when I started looking at Ugaritic, I already had Hebrew and Akkadian, that I had learned formally in the classroom. And once you take Akkadian, everything's easy. Quite frankly. Hittite's easy once you learn Akkadian. Ooh, Akkadian. Ooh. Still have nightmares about that one. When you wake up in the middle of the night in cold sweats screaming Dinger a Wheelum, you know it's bad. Jack Ray, you have to Hittite the books. Oh, absolutely. I actually, if I was to recommend... You want to learn Hittite? This is the book I recommend. Theo Vandehoots, The Elements of Hittite. Great book. Okay, that's the one I would recommend for Hittite. But yes. Signless, 1,000-yard traumatized stare. Yep. I would agree with that. Hey, if you do Ugaritic, you don't have to worry about the sign list nearly as much as all alphabetic, but Hittite, yeah, you still have sign lists. All right, so anyway, with that said, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps, and good luck. Next one here is from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is there any evidence outside the Bible that the apostles were martyred? Almost all the evidence comes from outside the Bible. There's actually very little evidence of that the apostles were martyred inside the Bible. The Bible doesn't mention it for the most part. Even in the Acts of the Apostles takes place for the most part, before the martyrdom of Paul. Okay. So there's actually very, very little that's said about the martyrdom of the apostles in the Bible itself. Most of what we have is extra biblical for the martyrdom of the apostles. We do have it in the histories of Eusebius. We do have it in, say, some of the Jewish writings, believe it or not. There's one Jewish writing that recounts the martyrdom of James, brother of Jesus. So we almost everything we have for the martyrdom of the apostles comes from outside of the Bible. So you're going to have to then go to, say, the church histories, and at that point, the various the various texts of the church fathers to basically find that information. But it's almost all outside of the Bible anyway. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Addison Weir for $1.99. Dr. Falk, why are you such a giggle monster? Am I a giggle monster? Because I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a good time, frankly. I mean, look, I didn't get into studying ancient texts in the Bible just to be bored to death. I think it's interesting. I think it's fun. I'm having a good time here. And frankly, you should have fun at what you do for a living. What you do for your, as your passion. If you're not having fun, it's like, why are you doing this? Why are you tormenting yourself? Well, I got IIT because it was torment. That wasn't fun. Yeah. Danny DeVent, because it's because he's got the joy down in his heart. Where? Down in his heart. Jack Ray, laugh out loud. What? Programming not fun? Oh, programming's fun. But system administration was very little programming. Most of it was putting together systems and repairing broken hard drives and printers. Ugh, printers. Ugh. Yeah, printers was not fun. I did not like printers. But the fact is that I think there's a lot to laugh about. There's a lot to be that's funny, that's interesting. I see so many biblical. This seems to be something that's endemic to biblical scholars in particular, and I've never understood this. That I've seen a lot of dour, bitter, resentful Bible scholars. And I've never understood this. Patui, printers can smell fear and have a thirst for human blood and tears. That's so true. It's so true. Whoa. Especially if you have to start dealing with print servers. Print servers are ugly, man. Ugly. It's we've come a long way since the whole print server days. I don't know if you guys remember things like cups and that sort of thing. It's just like, oh. Yeah, there's some really awful print servers out there. Or SendMail. Eef. Ew. You haven't known torment till you've done a SendMail config file. Ugh. Yeah. Hell is configuring SendMail config files all day long. Oh, terrible. Getting back to the why am I a giggle monster thing. Fact is, I find things funny. I see the humor in life. I enjoy what I do. I find things funny. Yeah, okay, I have a hearty laugh and a sarcastic sense of humor. But it's just that I find a lot of things both, funny and entertaining. So, that's why I'm a giggle monster. Okay. Yeah. Why my producer says, why not enjoy your time here? Exactly. And frankly, I think it's a more attractive look for Christianity too. Most people go to a church and they open the doors and they see everyone frowning. Why? Why? I don't get it. When I used to look for a church, the first thing I would look at is, what do the people look like when they come out of the church? Oh yeah, that mega church in Chicago, called yeah, the big one. Yeah. Anyhow, I don't remember the name of the church, but I remember going my first time visiting there, and we saw the people coming out, and they were frowning, and they wouldn't even look you in the eye. We made it a game of staring people down as we were going in. No, it's not Saddleback. It's the other one. No, not Heaven's Gate either. It's the big one. It's the really big one. It's the one with a 8,000 seat auditorium. But I just can't remember the name of it. It's not Saddleback, but it's like in West Chicago. And it's not Lakewood. There's a lot of big churches in it, but it's the real big one. But gee, I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. Lakewood, Willow Creek. Willow Creek. Okay, Willow Creek. That's the one. Yeah. I visited Lakewood, by the way. I've seen Lakewood, but no, it's Willow Creek. That's the one we were talking about. But yeah, we made this a game where when they were letting out for the first service, we were walking in to catch the second, and we would like walk into this mass of people coming out. They're just averting their eyes, like, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Whoops. Oopsie. Way in the back there. Glasses about here. Moment. Oh. All right. Need to clean now. Yeah, don't look at me and glasses jump off. Yeah, but yeah, it was really strange. It was really strange how they just everyone avoided looking at you coming out of a church. Like, shouldn't you have the opposite reaction coming out of the church? Like, shouldn't you be like full of the Spirit, happy, feeling relieved of your sins and all that stuff? Apparently not. If I can't see them, they can't see me. Yeah, that's. I mean, it does seem to be a lot of what's going on there. Is like, okay, don't look at me here. I'm at church. I don't want to be here, but don't look at me. It was weird. It was really weird. But that was a weird church in general. Really weird church. So, when you're encountering stuff like that, and you're just going on saying, okay, what is the life transformation here? Is this church making you more holy? Is it improving the quality of your life in any way? How does that reflect upon your relationship with God? I think that, we as Christians should, embrace life, embrace humor, it's, humor's part of the Bible. There's a lot of funny stuff in the Bible, There's sarcasm. There's interesting turns of phrase, double entendres. Um, there's a lot of interesting things in the Bible. And I think this is one of the things I think we should be as scholars is, we should show, hey, you know what? Being a Christian can be really good deal. It can be a really good deal. And I'm not saying that we should be attracting people because of, say, how we behave. But, if the way we behave turns people off because we're resentful and bitter and basically sour prunes, maybe we should rethink about our orthopraxis. Maybe we should be thinking about, how we are living out our faith. It doesn't hurt to laugh. It doesn't hurt to laugh. And it doesn't hurt to show that as we do serious scholarship, we're having a good time doing it. And if we did show people that we're having a good time doing it, maybe more people would do it. Maybe more people would get back into their Bible if they knew it was interesting. There's the thought. Okay. So, anyway, that's all we're going to talk about that one. Thank you very much, Addison, for that super chat. We appreciate it. I also want to thank you for that other one earlier in the one that you retracted. I don't know what you were talking about, but thank you anyway for that contribution. We appreciate it. Tom Wanchak for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What do you think of R.C. Sproul's work? He's very Calvinist. I think he was a decent teacher. Okay. I think that R.C. Sproul was a very decent teacher. Very, very Protestant Reformation Calvinist. Okay, very reformed. Very, very reformed. And in some ways, I would say even more reformed than James White. And a lot more knowledgeable than James White. Okay. Sproul was an excellent teacher, but he was also very doctrinaire. And he wasn't good on his Old Testament. But a lot of basically Reformation scholars. I mean, he was essentially a Reformation scholar who focused on Calvin. Okay. So he was very, very good on, say, the Reformation. He was very good on New Testament. And basically, say, the church distinctions of, say, Calvinism. Okay? Denominational distinctions of Calvinism. That was his strengths. Now, beyond that, there were also some weaknesses. And as I say, the weaknesses are his Old Testament. He was very much into a high Christology and interpreting the Old Testament based upon the New. And I think that is a legacy problem of certain perspectives on Calvinism. And I kind of take a middle position on this. I think one should start with the Old Testament in its original context first, and then plummet for its further meaning in its Christological significance. But until you understand the primary contextual reading, you really can't understand the Christological meaning. So I think what some of these Reformation scholars, and Sproul did this too, was they kind of put the horse before the cart. But besides that, I had personally benefited from his teaching. I thought he was an excellent teacher. He was an excellent communicator. He could do this stuff really well. So I think as far as say, teachers with public ministries go, I think he was much, much higher than average, much better than average. So that's how I would rank a Sproul here. Much better than average, good teacher, well educated. He's well educated. He didn't buy his degrees. Thank God for that. Patui says, I'll take Patui's comment here. Sproul is just a very winsome version of a high magisterial, blue-blooded Westminster Calvinism. Well, yeah. But you're coming from a blue-blooded Lutheran, so, pot kettle? Yeah, but I mean, he did have a PhD. He was well educated, and it was okay. He could articulate it well. I mean, sure. I mean, he was winsome and he could articulate it well, and explaining it well is half the battle. So so I think that yeah, it's true. My teacher, Rod Rosenblatt, was good pals with Sproul. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can think of a lot of teachers that are a lot worse. I mean, you can do a lot worse than Sproul. I'll say that. At least he earned his PhD, unlike, say, James White. Okay, so and I think that's reflective in the quality of teaching too, to be honest. All right. So anyway, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take a 5-minute break, and I'll be right back. Just a second. All right. All right. Grab another cup of coffee here and back. Should do is I should probably have an intermission screen here and play some Velociraptor. It should do that. Just to say, okay, yeah. Clever boy. Nope. All right, so let's get back to this here. No, the next super chat here is from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If it wasn't a rib that God took out of Adam, what was it? Okay. Now, the whole rib debate. It's one of those things where let's pull up the text here. It's gonna help. Again, if you had added the text, we could have done it, but it's gonna be Genesis, I think. Bible here. Okay. And the man said this, or sorry, verse 21 of Genesis 2. So the Lord caused deep sleep to fall upon the man, And he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh at that place. And the Lord fashioned into a woman the rib which he had taken from the man, and brought her to the man. And the man said, "Now this is now the bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man." Okay. The question is going to come down to, what is the meaning of selah, which is ribs, or side? Okay. It's basically part of that whole sort of torso section of the body. Okay. But we're talking about here a word with a wide semantic range. Okay? And whenever we have something with a wide semantic range, there can be a variety of meanings involved. So I'm just going to take a quick look at the Hebrew here, just to be sure. Sure. Yeah, it doesn't give us a lot of specifics there, unfortunately. It's a flesh and look. Okay, there. Took one. Okay, from his side. Alrighty. Okay. Now, the Hebrew text basically in verse 21. This is what I was looking for. Okay. I'm going to highlight the English here. And he took one of his ribs. Now, the text here says literally, he took one from his side. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Selah can mean side, and it can mean rib. It can mean both because of the wide semantic range here. But what verse 21 does is it sort of narrows it down. Okay? So, it infers rib, even though the word for rib in verse 21 actually means side. So he took one from, and there's the main preposition here, which infers from his side. Okay, and there is the possessive his as well in this. So he took one from his side. So, well, even though the English here says he took one of his ribs, the word here is side because it's the from. Okay? But when we go down to, say, verse 22, where it says, he fashioned into a woman the Salah, it's again the same word, just with a slightly different semantic reading. Okay, so that being said, when we look at, say, verse 21 here, it's one from his side, Salah, but God fashioned into a woman the Salah, the rib. And that's because the one in verse 21 is actually what is being taken and being turned into the woman in verse 22. So, in this particular context, I would say the one here is actually a rib, not a complete division of the animal. So I think here that that's what's going on in the passage. That you have to sort of take this in its linguistic context to sort of figure out what's going on here exactly. Tui says the ecstatic vision interpretation that IP Champion still has a good compatibility with glossing the word rib. You can hold it both. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't see too much issue with that. But at the same time, too, we are dealing with the text here. So, so when we say that, I think when we look at this and we read the passage carefully in the Hebrew, you are going to come to a certain meaning of the word salah in verse 22 that's slightly different from its meaning in verse 20. Again, semantic range in Hebrew is very broad, so words do have to do double duty. So with that said, yeah. Hey, Stack comments, I thought it was to say that they were made equals compatible with the other half. I never thought it to be literal. I don't think it necessarily has to even be literal. But I also think, too, that the whole idea here, the whole pericope, the whole basically Genesis 1 to 11, sorry, 1 to chapter 11, is talking about rituals and sacred space anyway. Really. Well asks, why does the passage say that woman was made from a rib? Is there any context to this? Well, mankind was made to be image bearers of God, as sort of a in the capacity as, say, an idol is made an image of a deity. So we don't see a huge sort of issue of this in ancient Near Eastern context, but that's not to say that it's not there. I just haven't looked into this. It could be. It could be. So, but I think this is also a passage that takes place after, say, the creation of mankind in chapter 1. And that's because of the Toledot formula at the beginning of chapter 2. So with that said, I think there might be a cultic reason why this is. One of the cultic reasons could be that Adam had already become sanctified as the high priest of mankind, so that the woman also has to be of that sanctified stock. So there's a possibility that there's the sharing of sacred flesh there, flesh to flesh, as it were. That being equaled. So that's a possibility, but I wouldn't hang my hat necessarily on that interpretation. I'd have to look more in it to see if there's more to this contextually. That's not to say that it wasn't. I mean, frankly, you do sometimes stumble on things when you read through the ancient Near Eastern documents that just sort of hits you out of the blue. Let me give you an example. I'm working on a video. One of our Monday releases where we're going to go through all the sacred cow cults of Egypt, at least a good portion of them. We can't cover them all, but a good portion of the major cow cults of Egypt. And I stumbled across an absolutely amazing reference to the golden calf. That will just simply blow your minds. Okay? That sort of flips what many have interpreted the golden calf narrative to be. And I ran across it this week just by accident. So, you can go be reading a primary source document and you just go, whoa, I didn't see that coming. So, there could be something out there talking about ribs and cultic images that I've never encountered that, could be out there. So, unless I read more into this, I can't say for certain, but it's possible. There could possibly be an ancient Near Eastern reference because, frankly, there's ancient Near Eastern references to just about everything. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was, but I haven't encountered it yet. So that said, thank you very much for that question and that follow-up too. Okay. Okay. 1.6 billion or a cow? I choose the cow. Cow. Moo. And believe it or not, it has nothing to do with Serapis. Nothing at all. I won't give too much away, though. Alrighty. Let's see here. Next one here is from Mystery Flavor for $20. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay, and let's see. Sponsoring a non-super chat. Okay, let's go back here and let's look for a non-super chat. Starting at 847. I've answered that one before. I'll take that one. 728. $728. Okay. Super chat sponsored on here. All right. What is your view of E. Wallace Budge's work as an Egyptologist? Most recent books I've read always criticize his work as flawed. There's a reason. There's a reason. Okay. We were thinking about doing something on Budge. We really need to, honestly. Because the problem is people keep using Budge's stuff. And it's not good. Okay. It's important to understand who Budge was. Okay. Budge was a popularizer that had a lot of money, but he wasn't well educated in Egyptology. Okay. He was a self-taught man. Okay. He was self-taught to read hieroglyphs, and he wasn't very good at it. But one of the things he did do was he popularized it. He would basically take texts, copy them out onto these beautiful large folios. I mean, they were stunning, some of these folios that Budge published. He would do it on his own dime. Okay, so he funded all his own publications. And he would do these mass editions of these just stunning folios. The problem was he wasn't very good at it. His translations were faulty even his own day. Okay, I mean, he published at the same time as luminaries such as Golinshev and Spiegelberg um and even Mariette. He's publishing at the same time as Mariette is, and yet his his translations were never very good. Never very good. So it's not just that his works are old, but they weren't good to begin with. But they were widely published. They were widely published. And they fell out of copyright quickly. Because they're back then, they didn't have the 90-year copyrights. So his works kept getting republished. Once he died, and he died a little before his time, so that allowed his works to fall out of copyright faster. But a lot of there's some works that he's particularly known for. He's known for his Book of the Dead translation, which is garbage. He's known for his book on his 2-volume set on Osiris, which is also garbage. And he's known for his beginner's grammar on how to read hieroglyphs, which is also garbage. What can you say at this point? It's just Budge did a budge job on inscriptions. Well, yeah, yeah, sort of. But he's very popular today on with, say, the conscious community. Conscious community still uses him. Yeah, they do. Which is why you see so many wonky translations by the conscious community. Because they're still using his stuff. They're still using his stuff. Ooh. Darkblade. I saw some budge at my nearby library, but borrowed Collier and Manley's book instead. Yes, that's a better book. Much better. In fact, that's the book I recommend now for people who want to start learning hieroglyphs. In fact, even when I teach a class now on hieroglyphs, I'll start with Collier and Manley. It's a much more accessible book. It's much easier. It doesn't bog you with a lot of details. Oh, no. Okay. Andrew Graham, doesn't he get a mention in The Mummy 2? Yes, he does. It's become a trope. It's become a trope how bad his stuff is. He gets a mention in The Mummy. He gets a mention in Stargate. He actually wrote a book called The Mummy. It too is crap. It too is crap. In fact, we sometimes you'll see references to The Mummy in early Exodus date works. Because one of the things is that Budge mentions in his book The Mummy that the name Ramses appears in the second or in the 13th dynasty. Okay, so you'll see The Mummy by Budge sometimes quoted in articles from early Exodus daters. Now, when you look it up, when you actually look up the reference to Budge and where it gets it from, and then you compare it to the actual texts, you discover that Budge mistranslates Sotep or Sobek Hotep as Ramses. That's quite a gaffe. Okay? That's quite a gaffe. So he was a sloppy translator. He was really sloppy. And he was not good at epigraphy. And he just churned out the books. I mean, he churned out a lot of books in 20 years. But they're all sort of have the same problems. Sloppy translation, a incomplete or ignorant knowledge of the hieroglyphic language. It's just sloppiness all the way around. So, but people still use it because they don't know better. This is why when I look, well, yeah, there's that too. Like my producer said, sometimes it's the only book on ancient Egypt in a library, which is terrifying, but it is. Even this Book of the Dead wasn't the best book of its time. But it was the first one to have an English translation of a lot of the Book of the Dead. Navil's book on the Dead was actually vastly superior, which is called the Totenbuch. But it was written in German. What Budge tried to do was he tried to make a lot of the Egyptian text accessible to English audiences. And, that's a laudable thing. But the way he did it wasn't all that laudable. But again, he got it out there fast. He got it out there half-assed. George asks a follow-up question here. Thank you, Dr. Falk. What do you think of Budge's other works, such as editions and translations of the New Testament Apocrypha, other legendary texts? Okay. There's some other texts that Budge translates. Now, we do have to understand that he was your typical private school rich kid, okay? So he was taught Latin and Greek in school. I'm not sure of his New Testament Apocrypha. Anything he probably translated from Greek was probably okay. Same with Latin. But he does try to translate some other things that are kind of a bit screwy. Like, he also tried to translate, say, the Kebra Nagast. From, say, and it's kind of wonked. It's kind of a wacky translation. So not everything he translates is good. He would often try to translate, well, only have a cursory understanding of the language. So, mileage will vary on his other stuff. It really will vary on the other stuff. So anyway, I think that's all I'm going to say about Budge, but, we'll probably end up doing a whole video on Budge at some point, just because his stuff is still incredibly well used, and it shouldn't be. Nobody should be using Budge's stuff anymore. And that's an unfortunate thing, but again, it's a sort of it's become a victim of its own I say success, in that it's accessible and it's out of copyright, so it keeps getting reprinted over and over and over again. So, with that said, okay, there's a comment there on the Greek. Patui says Budge's Greek translations of his Amulets book was really amateurish. Not wrong, but very amateurish. His Coptic in that book is full of errors. Well, I'm not surprised. He doesn't get visual motifs on magic artifacts. Yeah, that's pretty much Budge in a nutshell. Amateurish. Yeah, he's a dilettante. He's not a professional scholar. Yeah, he's held up as an Egyptologist because of his popularizing work, but he's a popularizer. He's not a scholar. Just not he was never a scholar. And, he was just a rich guy who had a hobby. So, that's what you got. That's all you can say about the guy. But he has a footprint in Egyptology because of his publishing efforts, and he had a lot of money. Jack Ray says, I guess his writing was to pay the bills. No, the other way around. He was independently wealthy. No, he had money. He had lots of money. He came from a very wealthy family. He's kind of like Gardner in that respect. And Sir Alan Gardner was independently wealthy. A lot of these early Egyptologists were independently wealthy. I'm not. We poor. But a lot of early Egyptologists like John Ray, Sir Alan Gardner, Budge, they were independently wealthy. You know, they basically they basically grew up in money. You know, they grew up in mansions. You know, and some of them through the Industrial Revolution, some of them through royalty. Well, some of them were deeply connected to the royal family. So, that's a lot of them were had a lot of money and a lot of time, and that's a lot of them. It was fashionable back in the 19th century to explore Egypt and to do Egyptological things with your time when you had nothing but money and time. Oh. So, there are people, that, did do the learning and, Sir Alan Gardner was probably, even though he was independently wealthy, he was a legitimate Egyptologist. There was no greater expert in his time on the Egyptian language than him. But not every wealthy dude who got into Egyptology went through the process of study. Andrew Chris. He should have taken up golf, laugh out loud. Yeah, Bud should have. Keeps Learning asks, who then is a legitimate Egyptologist? Okay, that's a good question. Now, this is going to depend upon which era you're talking about too, okay? First of all, how do I say this? Back, let's say, if you're talking about, say, before the 1960s, a legitimate Egyptologist is somebody who, has some education in the field and is doing legitimate work in the field. Okay, so the two formula. You have the guys who, like, for example, Moss. She had earned her master's degree in Egyptology and was doing legitimate work in the field. Okay? She would be considered a legitimate scholar. John Ray had earned a master's degree in Egyptology and taught at Cambridge as a Don. Legitimate scholar, legitimate Egyptologist, doing productive work in the field. Okay? Today, you can't do that with just a master's degree. You can't do that anymore with just a master's degree. Today, you're not considered to be a legitimate Egyptologist until you earn that PhD in Egyptology. In Egyptology, not a cognate field, in Egyptology proper. The gold standard is right now what is prescribed by the International Association of Egyptologists, which is what we would call the preeminent professional organization for Egyptologists. Okay, you cannot become a member of the IAE unless you have a PhD in Egyptology. You also need to have 2 recommendations from Egyptologists that recognize your work. Okay? Yeah, David Roll needs to go back to music. He's not an Egyptologist. And he's not very good either. He doesn't do legitimate work. So on both counts, he'd be down. Okay? So, yeah, I'm a member of the IEA. Or IAE. So, yeah, Gardner graced us with a really helpful word list. Yes, he did. He also graced us with one of the best grammars ever written for, it's basically a reference grammar. but his third edition of his Egyptian grammar is excellent. It's still good. A little long in the tooth in some ways, but like, for example, it needs the Plotsky stuff put in, but apart from that, it's still an excellent grammar. That's really expensive if you have to. So, yeah, Sir Alan Gardner was really, really excellent what he did. So, Champollion, we're talking about a guy who's at the beginning of Egyptology as a discipline, okay? So, Champollion was a Copticist, really. But he was the guy who also cracked the hieroglyphic code. So, we grandfather him in because he did legitimate work in it. So, yeah, I think so. Was James Harry Breasted a good Egyptologist? I got his Ancient Records book, volume 5. I hope I didn't waste my money. He was a decent Egyptologist. He was a terrible human being. A terrible human being. Whoa. Okay, I'll go on even a step further. He was a garbage human being. Okay. Breasted. Let's talk about Breasted for a moment. Breasted was... He was basically the sort of lead Egyptologist at the Oriental Institute. He's largely responsible for the collection there today. Okay? So he's the guy responsible for the Oriental Institute. Okay? Great collection. His translations were good at the time, but recognize that those translations were done in 1906. A lot of stuff has changed in as far as our understanding of the language since 1906. So it's a bit out of date. And by the way, you can get all of those books for free now. They're all available online because they're all out of copyright. So I hope you didn't waste your money either. But if you like having a hardbound, why not? But they're a bit out of date, is what I would say. In fact, they're a lot out of date. Now, what I will say though, what did he do? He was a big believer in eugenics and racial theory. Okay? And he held those beliefs right through to the end of World War II. Yeah, pretty, ugh. Yeah, right, eugenics, oh, crap. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, he wrote several articles defending his view on eugenics. Still, he was a decent Egyptologist and a crap human being. Darkblade. So not a good Egyptologist, not an inept Egyptologist, but an evil Egyptologist. Yes. Yeah, that's Breasted. Pretty much. Dang. Yep. I'll say it. Dang. An evil museum curator, but a competent one. Oh yeah. The guy was a racist POS. I mean, just really an awful human being. Awful human being. Okay. On that nice note, let's get back to the super chats. We only got like one or two more, and then we'll go on to the non-super chats here. Okay. Got a half hour left here. All right, so the next one here is from John Fabeck for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, what were ancient Israelite family units like within the clan structure? What would they think? What would they think of the modern American tendency to throw parents in nursing homes and kids out of the houses at 18? Well, let's answer the last one first. they would think that was abominable. They would think that's horrific. Horrific treatment of children, horrific treatment of adults. Okay? And a horrible waste of resources. Okay? They would not only think it's horrible, but they'd also think it's stupid. They knew that clan integrity depended on collective clan wealth. Okay? This wasn't just for mutual protection. This was for mutual benefit. The kids in clan society, they didn't throw out the kids. They found a wife for the kids or a husband, got them married in a good, stable relationship, and then helped them set up their lives in a house nearby. Okay? And then they would go make grandchildren. Likewise, when parents could no longer care for themselves, those same parents would be invited into the homes. Okay? And they would be taken care of. And they become part of, reintegrated back into the family. And in clan societies, you would have the entire village essentially being related to each other. So that, your relatives were never really far away from you. 4 generations, several clades can be living in the same village. And you're all related to each other distantly, maybe, but still related. And you still had that family bond. And in a time of emergency, people would come together and help each other. And, that's kind of it was the way clan life was like. This happened clan life happened in, say, the rural areas. It didn't really happen in the cities. So in the cities, you were not so much subject to clan life. But clan life was definitely a dominant feature of rural living in ancient Israelite culture, especially during, say, the late Bronze, early Iron Age. So, those family units would turn into clan villages. And that's how they protected each other. They helped on each other's harvests. Somebody had a field. You didn't work on the field by yourself. You had the clan help you. And then when your harvest was done, you'd go help your neighbor's harvest. And if you needed help raising your kids, your clansmen helped. So clan integrity remained paramount within these villages, these hamlets. So they'd look at what we're doing today and they're just shaking their heads. They think what we were doing is barbaric. Completely barbaric. And economically stupid. Barbaric and stupid. Because they knew very well that wealth develops generationally. It doesn't develop individually. It develops generationally. For you to ensure the wealth of your posterity, you had to leave something for them. And build up their wealth over time. Ryan Naylor, I need some clansmen. Yeah, don't we both? Yeah. I'm a bit thin on the clansmen myself. Yeah. It's no shock that 99% of all the billionaires in the world benefited directly from generational wealth. Not a surprise. But we have this stupid mentality in the West that thinks that, oh, I made it myself. No, you didn't. I made it myself, therefore my children should be self-made men. No, you didn't make it yourself. And neither will they. So, they were a lot wiser back then in those clan societies than many of us are today, essentially. So, they got it. They understood the practical wisdom of clan life. We don't. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Also want to thank Jack Ray here for another 10 memberships. We thank you for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. And again, it goes to paying our bills and to putting food on our table. So we really appreciate that. And thank you so very much. Okay, next super chat here is from John Febeck for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, what language would Abraham and the Egyptians communicate in? Did Egyptians use interpreters when dealing with foreigners? Okay. Two questions there. Abraham would have probably communicated in Amoritic. So that would have been his mother tongue. Amoritic would have been his mother tongue. And he did speak that natively. We'll get to Ryan's in a moment here. So, and the other thing is they actually would have used interpreters, okay? Scribes in Egypt were conversant in multiple languages, and they did use interpreters. So, the Egyptians did use interpreters when dealing with the foreigners, and some of those interpreters would have been versed in Aramaic, or not Aramaic, Akkadian, Hittite, and Amoritic probably also. So absolutely, they would have had interpreters, and they did use them frequently. So, in fact, they needed those interpreters in order to write letters to send to other kings and other nations. So yeah, they did frequently, but they were part of all part of the scribal class. To be an interpreter was to be a member of the scribal class. So they just, together, when they would teach languages at the royal coughs, which is the schools that basically the elite went to. So part of that advanced training for scribes was language learning and the learning of foreign languages. So I hope that helps. Abraham spoke in Amoritic, and Egyptians did use interpreters. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from JCM for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your biggest problems with evolution? Okay. I've got a few problems with at least the theory of evolution. There is a circularity of references. Like, for example, the dating of strata by the fossils, dating of fossils by the strata. Okay, it works both ways, and there's a circularity to it. Now, I asked a PhD student in geology. Geology, get my sciences right here. I asked this when I was an undergrad. A PhD student who was just finishing up his PhD at the University of British Columbia. Okay, and before anyone tells me this is not true, I did ask this. Okay, and I asked him this. I asked him, is it true that rocks are dated by the fossils? He said, yes, it's true. Are fossils dated by the strata, the rocks they're in? He goes, yes, that's also true. I said, isn't that circular? He said, he thinks about it. He goes, yes, but it works. So that is something that I think is an issue here. The other thing is there is some issues with the sort of the sequence of macroevolution, where, say, certain organisms rapidly mutate in ways that are statistically unfeasible. Like, for example, the whole whale sequence requires a set of mutations that is in the in the terms of like 3 million base pairs. So I think there is some problems with the details there that do need to be addressed thoroughly. I don't have a huge number of problems with, say, some of the other issues with evolution, but again, it's not my area of expertise. The other problem, my huge problem I have with evolution is the fact it keeps changing every 50 years. The evolution of Darwin's day is not the same as Julian Huxley's day. It's not the same as Niles and Eldridge's day. And it's not the same as, say, the fourth wave evolution of today. We basically got 3 or 4 waves of evolution, and they're all different. They're all different. You got the Darwinian evolution. You got the neo-Darwinian evolution. You got the punctuated equilibrium evolution. And then you've got the epigenetic form of evolution. And they're all different. They're all different. So the fact is, I'm not going to hitch my horse onto a post that's going to move in 50 years. So, I'm just sort of staying out of that game. I'm just staying out of it. Just because it's not stable. Yeah, okay, maybe in another 50 years it won't change again. But I'm not counting on it. So I do think it's wild sometimes that people try to use, say, some of this Darwinian theory, and apply it to other, say, constructs when, even that theory has changed. Okay, there's an Egyptologist who was trying to provide a theoretical basis for Egyptology. Now, Egyptology is notorious for not being good about its theory. Okay, it's a data-driven discipline, but there's some people out there who pine for theory. And there was one guy who was trying to use evolutionary theory as a basis for Egyptological theory. And yet, you look at it and goes, well, that's based on an outdated view of evolution. So why are you basing it on that outdated view of evolution instead of the more current views on evolution? And it's like, well, we got to start somewhere. So, I think this is one of those things that, even if it does make good, say, scientific sense, it's got other issues. It's not complete. It's not a full understanding of what's going on. So, again, I'm staying out of this. Staying out of this entirely until, say, the situation, until the dust clears on it. So that's my problems. That's my big problems with evolution. Is it's just not yet completely clear it's not clear to my satisfaction just yet. Okay. So that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Hey, and the final super chat of the night here comes from Ryan Naylor for $20. Thank you very much for this. He says the Klansman Assistant Fund. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate the assistance. So, yes, thank you very much. It does help put food on our table, helps keep the lights on, and us coming up back to you every week. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so very much, and we really do appreciate the help. Okay, so that said, we can go back to non-super chats here. Okay. And let's get back to some non-super chats. Back way back here. Way back as far as we can go. Try to start from the beginning here and Okay, I got us back to start. Start it. See what we got. And then move. Alrighty. Look for non. It's here. Let me explain. Followers of the shepherd. Did any of the early church fathers believe God's throne is metaphorical? Could have. I'm not sure. It's not something I've really looked into. But you find church fathers who believe in almost anything. So, if you look long enough. Jeffrey, did I miss the last one? What did we miss here? Did we miss something? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yes, we did miss one, but show up. Yeah. It didn't. There it is, finally. Okay. Alright, we did miss one. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Alright, we'll get to Jack in a moment. Okay, so any early church fathers, you'll find early church fathers will believe in all sorts of things all across the board. I think one of the mistakes people make when they use the church fathers is they think they've found one quote that supports their point of view and think, I have found it. The early church fathers support what I think. And then they go on and read elsewhere and find that they're all across the board. Nobody is agreeing with anybody in the early church. The early church is full of people that disagree on everything. So, I think if you look hard enough, I think you'll find someone who thinks that the throne of God's metaphorical. Just a matter of time. But you did find people who believed in metaphor amongst the church father. So, there were all sorts of allegorical readings going on back then. All sorts of things. It wouldn't surprise me if Oregon thought this. That certainly would be in line with what he would think in general. So, so you're gonna find a wide diversity of opinion. So anyway, I can't name one off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean there isn't one out there. In fact, there probably is. All right. So thank you very much for the question. Now let's get back to that one super chat we missed. Okay. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for that super chat. In ancient Egypt, is there any record of any interpreters mistranslating communication to mess with diplomatic relations? No. No, there isn't. Diplomatic relations was a perilous job. It was not good to be a diplomat. You didn't mess with diplomatic relations. Okay? If anyone found you were mistranslating anything, it could mean your head, or a beating, or both. So it's just one of those things that people didn't mess with. Okay. So you want a good beating? You want to lose your head? You want to go into a pit somewhere and not return home for 30 years? Mess with a diplomatic communique. Woohoo! Yeah, nobody would risk it. Nobody risk it, because being a diplomat on its own was a dangerous job. We have nobody, as far as I can tell, who would mistranslate anything. Oh, yeah. Wow, I didn't realize that translation was that critical. Well, I mean, it was a dangerous thing to be a diplomat. I mean, we did a whole video. I don't know if it was a members only. I think it was a members only video that we did. I think it was a members only where we talked about diplomats in Egypt. And they would, I mean, there was a Hittite diplomat, I think, that was sent to the court of Ramses II, who went missing for 20 years. Been missing for 20 years. They couldn't get him home. They couldn't get him home. You know, the Assyrian court would send low-level people that they could, uh, uh, could, you know, disposable. Okay? They were disposable. Disposable members of the royal court. Okay? So it was not some place you were sent to, you know, you weren't sent to a royal court because you were liked. No, it wasn't the plum job that it is today. No, becoming an ambassador to another country was a dangerous job. And you were often subjected to Fatui says, there was the First Chronicles 19:4 where Hanan messed with diplomatic relations by chopping off the butt cheeks of the diplomat's pants. Yeah, but that wasn't really messing with the message, okay? That was messing with the diplomats. That was okay. I mean... And then the king reacted by saying, they did what? Get in my chariot, we're going to stump those guys. Oh, no. Graham, Andrew Graham. So no such thing as diplomatic immunity? Oh, no. Yeah. I mean, Amenhotep III brought, had one diplomat in chains in his court for like a decade or two. I mean, it just would, you know, he would basically have him chained up in the royal, in his palace, you know, and, you know, on public display. And, you know, he'd like go by him and pour his drink on him and, you know, submit him to just incredible humiliation. Yeah, I mean, Amenhotep III was like brutal to diplomats. It's like, you know, oh yeah. You know, the other diplomats ended up reporting how this one diplomat had been treated, how he was in rags. He was in rags and chains. And there's no getting him out. No getting him out. So, yeah. Jack Ray. That would be like being in Caligula's court, not a place to stay alive. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, totally. It's, yeah, diplomats did not mess with the messages. And frankly, it was typically your own guys who was translating the message. So the diplomats didn't translate the message for the king that they were, you know, interfacing with. They would deliver the message to the court scribes, and the king's scribes would then translate it. So it wasn't one of those situations where, you know, where somebody else's diplomats would be mistranslating it. It'd be, if anyone would be in the chain of mistranslation, it would be your own guys doing it. But scribes who weren't faithful, who didn't do what they were supposed to do, also ended up in bad places as well. Okay, so let's say one of your scribes, you know, mistranslated a message, and they found out. The king could send you on a campaign with the army into Syria. Not a place you want to go. You know, you could be exiled or sent on one of those lovely diplomatic posts. Darkblade says, "For your crimes, Samash, Kalbum Usur. Shemesh, protect the dog. I sentence you to a diplomatic mission to Egypt. Yep. That's about it. Got it in one. Yeah, your family could. Your family might never hear from you again. It was not. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was not a cushy post. Definitely not a cushy post. Jack Ray. That gives an alternate meaning to diplomatic post. Whipping post. Yep. Oh yeah. It was not a good gig. Not a good gig. Okay, so I think we've beaten that one to death. Next, we got another more super chat here from JCM for $2. What is your biggest disagreements with the church? Well, the Church Universal, I don't have a lot of disagreement with. I do have disagreements about some doctrinal distinctions, denominational distinctions mostly. That's where most of my disagreements lie, is in, say, denominational distinctives, not in core doctrines. Jonah was dead. Now, that's not a problem with the church. That's the problem with the laity. Jonah was dead. Dead. Dewey says, my biggest disagreement is when they don't hand over the goods, the gospel. There is... That's not so much a problem with the church. Again, I think that's a problem with pastors and who's leading it. My problem is often with say some pastors is trying to protect people from the Bible. Yeah, I've this is going to sound very Heiserian, but I think people should not be protected from their Bibles. I think they should know the Bible inside out, backwards, and upside down, both Old and New Testaments. So, people do not need to be protected from the Bible. They need to know their Bibles. So, and because they don't know their Bibles, because they've been protected from their Bibles, we've got a situation like we have today, which is extreme biblical ignorance. But again, that's not a disagreement with the church, but it is a disagreement with who's running the church and how they're running the church. Tui, that's a Heiserianism that definitely holds true. Don't be scared of the weird stuff in your Bible. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, don't be scared of the weird stuff. Engage it. Understand it. And then you can learn from it. You have to be able to learn from your Bibles. So, I think there's a place that we really do need to sort of start getting past. We do need to start in some ways to getting past denominational distinctions. Okay. Now, one of the things we find is when, say, biblical literacy goes down, adherence to denominational distinctions goes way up. People become more doctrinaire as they know less about the Bible. I saw this a lot when I was in the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, where biblical literacy was going way down the toilet, and people were becoming more Lutheran. I've seen this in other denominations too, so it's not just them. I see this in, say, the trend towards, in Orthodoxy, towards more orthobros, where as biblical literacy in their ranks goes down, adherence to secondary issues within Orthodoxy goes way up. So I think that and you do see this in every denomination where literacy is waning. Okay, it's all over the place. You see this in Catholicism, you see this in Calvinism, you see this in fundamentalism, you see this in every branch of, say, modern Christianity, whereas knowledge of the scriptures declines, more adherence to secondary issues goes way up. And I think that's regrettable, because many of those secondary issues do need to be theologically reconsidered. So, anyway, Harry Stark asks, what does David mean by with fundamentalist? What is he referring to? Okay. Fundamentalism is a branch of Christianity that basically holds to two doctrines as essential. The pre-tribulational rapture of the church, and secondary degree of separation. So you're not allowed to hang out with basically theological liberals, but you also can't hang out with those who hang out with theological liberals. Okay, they tend to have a wooden literal view of scripture reading, and they tend to be very isolationalist and parochial in their interpretations. So they have their own traditions. Okay, they have their own traditions. Most of them tend to be independent churches, like independent Baptists, independent Pentecostals, that sort of thing. But they have that wooden literal type of reading of the Bible. So that's what's generally meant by fundamentals. They're holding on to a fundamental core belief system of the Bible. Okay, which some of it isn't bad, honestly. Like, say, some of the essentials of the faith. That isn't bad. The Trinity isn't bad. The salvation by grace through faith, not bad. That all that stuff is not bad. But that secondary second degree separation thing is bad, and the pre-tribulational rapture thing is unnecessary. A lot of them tend to be dispensationalists too, so the two kind of go hand in glove. So that's generally what we mean by fundamentalists. Okay, the fundamentalist churches. Yeah. Oh, sorry. BC says funnies will treat you like a heretic over disagreement on a secondary issue. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, for example, many of them will treat you like a heretic for disagreeing with Ron Wyatt. Get this all the time. All the time. Okay? All the time. I mean, all you have to do is look at any of my videos on Ron Wyatt, and you can see the attitude. You can see where it is. Okay. Thank you very much, Vermin Trash Rat, for becoming Seth tier. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. So anyway, so that's my opinion here on this, what a fundamentalist is. But we do see this, endemic in the churches as a whole, whereas biblical literacy declines, so increases other things, such as, say, adherence to denominational distinction. And I think that, in many respects, is a roadblock to proper learning of the scriptures. Okay? Again, not all denominational distinctions are like this, but there are some that could use reconsideration in light of proper biblical exegesis. We don't understand a lot of most people living in churches today, today, don't understand that their churches, developed much of the doctrine out of, say, a medieval understanding of certain things that are not necessarily biblical. The whole idea of, say, commutation of spirits, or even, say, what was it called now, a phenomenological view of certain things that was commonplace in, say, the Middle and Dark Ages is no longer seen as biblical today, and yet some of our doctrines are based upon this. So, even some of the doctrines, such as transubstantiation or consubstantiation, are based upon assertions of certain meanings of texts which no biblical scholar would warrant today. So it's I think there's some tweaks that do need to be made to some of our denominational theologies that just aren't going to happen because they become ossified. And the longer we stay in that rut of biblical ignorance, the more ossified they become. So, I do think that we need to be more charitable about these things. I do think we do need to be more circumspect, and I do think we need to be more biblical. There's that B word, biblical. Read your Bibles! Before you preach, read your book! Read the book! BC, hiss. Have you read the book? Oh, I keep saying that. No one ever gets the message. Read the book. I feel like Diogenes with a lamp going out. Have you read the text? Have you read the text? Time to excommunicate Dr. Falk. Hey, I've already been excommunicated out of at least one church. Devilman wants me to read my Bible. There you go, you see? Hey, but I didn't say the King James, so they've gotten out there. That's my motto. Read the Bible. Yeah, I'm so deceiving people. Terry Stark, read the Bible. That will be David's motto. Read the Bible. Guys, Octavia says, but atheists say if we read it, we'll become atheists. Yeah, that hasn't happened to me yet. I wonder why. Just what? I don't know how that works. BC. Satan is well known for trying to get people into their Bibles.
Yeah.
Well, atheists. What was it? I heard it said that fundamentalists are nothing but veneer deep atheists. That sometimes they call them scrape away atheists. The fact is that a lot of people who do end up reading their Bible will become atheists because they don't understand it. they're reading it with fundamentalist presuppositions. Well, you know what? Scrape away the veneer, and they'll flip to atheism, and then they'll read their Bible still like fundamentalists. They didn't understand what they were reading. They didn't understand it as fundamentalists, and they didn't understand it as atheists. At least they're just as pig ignorant about the Bible before as after. Yeah, they're still fundamentalists when they're atheists. Just So, that's but if you read it to understand it, you can't understand it unless you read it. So it is an occupational hazard of reading it. Is you might understand it. And if you might understand it, then you might learn from it. And if you learn from it, you might grow spiritually. Oh no, can't have that. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. So read the Bible, read the book, okay? And if you don't understand, ask the questions. That's okay. It's okay not to understand it. Understand everything. I mean, no one understands it all. But unless you start reading it, what you're going to do is you're still going to decline. It's just one of those things. Is like, but the problem is if you read it without understanding and you never try to understand it, you basically use your Western eyes to understand it, then yeah, I can see where it's possible to read the Bible and become an atheist. BC, I don't want growth, only lamp and whale. Oh yeah, as my producer just said, it's real hard when your sacred cows get barbecued. And boy, I love the taste of sacred cow. Sacred cow is good, well done. I like my steaks rare and my sacred cow is well done. Andrew Graham, what if you can't answer the questions? Seriously? Really? There's somebody out there that can answer the questions. No. Somebody out there can answer the questions. Okay. Not everyone is so completely ignorant about these things that, Darkblade, does growth make it easier or harder for us to sarcastically make fun of Dr. Falk? I don't know. Which one? Make it good keto. Yep. Sacred cow makes excellent keto. I mean, we've roasted so many sacred cows on this channel, it isn't even funny. We've made it almost a trope of roasting sacred cow. And people do react to this. I mean, how many sacred cows have we've grilled on this channel? I mean, we've taken out the fact that the Great Sea crossing was hundreds of leagues deep. We've roasted that sacred cow that Jonah was alive in the belly of the whale. We've roasted the fact that Ron Wyatt found anything at all. And we've made it a habit of roasting sacred cow on this channel, and just one of those things where we should be roasting those things. We shouldn't have sacred cows. I mean, you shouldn't have golden calves and you shouldn't have sacred cows. You should be getting your teaching from the Bible. You know, at least you're understanding from it. Okay? Jack says, Ron Wyatt found rocks and dirt. Well. Oh, boy. Hmm? BC, Jack Ray and midichlorians. Yep. So, we're okay with, barbecuing the sacred cows because it needs to be done. You can't learn as long as you have sacred cows. Whether that's a tradition you love and adore, and yeah. I mean, we've roasted that sacred cow that said that the early Exodus date is the traditional date. I mean, it's not, and it's provably not. 1906. Yeah, 1906. Yeah, exactly. More roasting, please. I like my beef well done. I like my beef slow roasted. Low and slow, so it falls off the bone. Ending Gone Wild. It's a shame other Christians don't do the same. And there's a reason they don't do the same. There's a reason. Because it's unpopular, and it's uncomfortable, and it opens you up to criticism. Okay? We do get comments on our channels every so often that, I'm surprised that your channel hasn't exploded to 100,000 or 50,000 or a million. And frankly, that doesn't surprise me. Okay? We are first and foremost a teaching channel. We teach. And because we're a teaching channel, we are going to tell you the truth straight up, without sugarcoating. Okay? And this is one of the things we do. We'll tell you the absolute truth. Okay? And we're not gonna. I mean, I had a guy write me an email the other day who's not being talked to. He's a scholar. He's a fellow scholar, but he's kind of gotten involved with some fringe ideas. And it's like, okay. He asked me why aren't these journal articles, why are they rejecting all my articles? Why are these peer-reviewed journals rejecting all of my articles? And I said to him straight up, hey, you know what? You're hanging around with all these fringe theorists. You're repeating their ideas. That's not going to go well with peer-reviewed journals. So, you tell the guy that, and you hope him that he's going to look at, his stuff and go, all right, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be espousing these fringe ideas that are easily disproven. And what does he do immediately after telling him that? He goes on a fringe site and starts repeating fringe ideas. So the fact is, you can tell people the truth, and they still won't listen. Yeah, the truth can hurt. But then again, so does dentistry. Surgery hurts. But we do it because it's for our good. It's for our health. We don't do it because it's fun and painless. Yeah, my producer reminded me that, scholarship requires creativity, but it has to be backed up with rigor, with academic rigor. Without creativity, you don't get new ideas. But without rigor, you don't get good ideas. You need both. So, but if you tell people the truth, people are going to get upset with you. People aren't going to like it. They're going to hate you for it. But this is why we are developing the community we are here. People who like the truth, who can tolerate the truth, who've heard it and recognize it as truth. We're trying to develop a group here who is trying to grow beyond what they learned in Sunday school. Oh boy, yeah. Katui says, reject with no chance of resubmission hurts. Eventually, you get to resubmit with major revisions, and you can rejoice that you've grown. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that's part of it. Is
that's part of learn that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You go to school and you get critiqued a lot. You get critiqued a lot. And you learn from it. And you appreciate that they're not critiquing you just because they want to be mean. They're doing it for your benefit. We think we have a responsibility here to our community to teach in a responsible way. Okay, yeah, we have fun when we do it. We laugh. We make snarky comments. Okay, we enjoy ourselves as we do it. But it still comes with resistance because people want their ears tickled. I mean, I get comments every so often saying, hey, you might be right, but I don't like the way you said it. You laugh too much. You laugh like you have a demon inside you. It's these low content objections. You're not wearing a suit and tie. Why should they take you seriously? You go to school and you get a participation trophy from Andrew Graham. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of school has become like that these days. But again, people can't take criticism anymore. It's something that is a Jack says, I guess you aren't tied down by a dress code. Well, that's a benefit of being full-time and not responsible to a school is I don't have to wear a tie or a collared shirt anymore. I can just go on the air here and, present true things. Okay? Educate. Funny that. So it's like, yeah, the low content objections are really not are not worth even time addressing. Yeah, unqualified demon spotters, UDS, laugh out loud. Yeah, pretty much. All right, we're 20 past 10 here. I'm going to take one or two more non-super chats, and we're going to call it a night at this point because we've already been going on for more than 4 hours. Here. Way up here. Start going in. I'll take this one here from the Vermin Trash Rat. I love the name. And I love the icon, too. The icon's cute. Yeah, the icon's really good. I love the icon. He asks, in your opinion, when should a person leave a church? For example, if a church becomes too extremist in some regard, they do not uphold certain doctrines, lack of biblical literacy, etc. Okay. Oh, you drew it yourself. Oh, lovely. It's really cute. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, so he said he drew it himself. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's really nice. All right. So, when do you leave a church? That's a good question. It's a hard question, too. Okay? It's a difficult question to answer because there's a lot of factors. But it basically comes down to this one thing. When God calls you somewhere else. Okay? That's when you leave. It's when God calls you somewhere else. Now, how does that actually work out? Okay. This is how it works out. There's more to leaving a church than just leaving a bad church. There's sometimes when you have to leave a good church. Okay? And there's reasons to leave a good church as well as reasons to leave a bad church. So just because a church has gone bad isn't the only reason to leave a church. Like, for example, let's say you are training in the ministry, and the church you're at right now is excellent. Absolutely excellent. But you get called to serve elsewhere. That's a good reason to leave an excellent church. Okay? To go and participate in a foreign mission. Good reason to leave an excellent church. God is calling you to serve other ways. Or you have a change in job where you're forced to go look for another church. Okay? Or you have to relocate. That's a good reason to leave an excellent church. So it isn't just because a church is bad that you might have to leave. There's perfectly good reasons to leave an excellent church. There's also reasons to leave a bad church. Okay? One, it's asking you to sin. And yes, this does happen. There have been situations where churches have gone so far off the rails that it is that it has wanted its laity to sin along with the sinners. Okay, now let me give you some examples of this. There was one church in the Washington state area where the pastor was encouraging all the wives to sleep with him. That's a bad church. Okay? A very bad church. Okay? That's a good reason to leave a church. Right there. Now, a church that will encourage you to commit adultery is a good reason to leave a church. Okay? Yeah, what? Uh-huh. Exactly. So if the church is encouraging you to sin, and that's not the only sin the church can encourage you. Like, for example, I saw a real estate fraud scheme. There's a real estate fraud scheme happening in another church that I know of, where it was trying to get everybody involved in what was essentially a real estate fraud. And there would be a kickback going back to the church, so it was for a good cause. No. Yeah, if your church is trying to get you pitched into a Ponzi scheme, good reason to leave. Okay. There's other things too. Do they have heresies? Heresies is another reason to consider leaving. Does it deny the Trinity? Does it deny salvation by grace through faith? Does it deny the virgin birth? Does it deny the vicarious atonement of Jesus Christ and the salvation, the forgiveness of sins through the cross? Does it deny the second coming? These are the essentials of the Christian faith. Heresy is a good reason to leave. There can even be failures in orthopraxis. Is this a church that's so intellectually minded that it's no earthly good? Do they have a dry orthodoxy or a dead orthodoxy where they're believing all the right things, but there's no life in them? I.e., they're not devoting themselves to prayer, study of the scriptures, things such as, other practices such as fasting, and I know fasting is not appropriate for all people, but it is appropriate for some. Biblical meditation, does it forgo biblical meditation? There are spiritual disciplines that we can add that enhance our experiences, and most churches have some of these. When they have none of them, they consider a more something that'll feed you in as far as your orthopraxis goes. Yeah, unfortunately there was. Harry Stark says, there seriously was a pastor who endorses polyamory? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it happens more often than you think. It happens more often than you think.
That's the question.
BC asks, should we leave or try to change it? Well, you first try to change it. Okay? That's the $1 million question. It's always going to be the $1 million question with a bad church. Do you stay and try to change? Or do you leave? Okay. Now, ultimately, some of these churches are really, really resistant to change. Really, really resistant to change. So you might not be able to change it. Realistically, most of the time you won't. Okay. Many of the times, the sort of pastor that is brought into the pulpit is either complicit or just like the parishioners. Hosea chapter 4 would be your example of like people like priests. So, I'll take that one too, because I think that's a good follow-up comment here from Talbot. Okay. What if everything is good, but the preacher simply paraphrases the passages of scripture he is preaching on? Okay, now, here's... Oh, that was Mark Deaver. Yeah. My producer, reading your comment, brought up something about that Mark Deaver said. That a pastor that preaches topically, and here's another potential reason why you might want to consider leaving a church too, is the preacher teaching topically or expositorily? Okay, because that's going to limit the growth within a church. Okay. Wrong throat. Okay. With a church that pastor that paraphrases a passage, it depends exactly how he's paraphrasing it. Okay? Now, let me give you an example of what expository preaching is. Okay? Expository preaching is basically you read the passage, You explain the passage, then you apply the passage. That's expository preaching in a nutshell. You're basically explaining the passage in detail. Okay? So you're not just paraphrasing it, you're going through it line by line, noting the features of the passage that bring out the meaning of it. Okay? So that's what's meant by expository preaching. Healthy churches tend to do expository preaching. Unhealthy churches tend to do its topic in what's called topical preaching, where they take a topic and then go through the Bible looking for passages that support it, basically proof texting. And in the spectrum of healthy versus unhealthy churches, those who do topical tend to be unhealthy. Those who tend to be expository tend to be much healthier. Now, unfortunately, there's sort of a position in the middle too, which I would sometimes call expository light. You might be calling it paraphrasing. We might be just using different terminology for the same thing here. It's when, say, pastors don't go into the Greek and the Hebrew here, but they're actually just sort of going over the passage lightly, paraphrasing it, and then the sermon is actually the paraphrase. This is what I would call expository light, but paraphrasing is just as good a description of this. And they tend to sort of drift in the middle of health. An Anglican church I used to go to used to do this. They'd claim to be big on expository preaching. In actuality, they were doing, say, more paraphrasing or expository light. And it was unfortunately showing up in the health of the church. So, if everything is good and the pastor is just paraphrasing, I wouldn't expect it to stay good forever. What I would expect to happen over time is the church will drift to mediocrity, because that's typically what happens when a pastor goes for expository light. Now, that's not necessarily a reason to leave. Make that clear. Leaving a church is a complex thing. It's a thing that you have to do in consultation with the Holy Spirit, through prayer, and through discussion. And basically, you have to then go say, okay, is God calling me elsewhere? Is God calling me to stay? Is God calling me to take a hiatus? That too. Okay. Okay, that's a great question. Vermin Trash Rat has a great follow-up question here. Is there one hanging super chat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll close with the super chat then. Okay. You guys, what is your advice to people who want to become pastors? And frankly, it's after 10 anyway, so anyone who does a super chat at this point, expect a thank you, but not an answer.
Yeah, but
Okay, but we'll get that one last super chat though. What is your advice to people who want to become pastors, specifically regarding their sermons? Meaning, how should it be done? How should it look weekly? How should the preparation be, etc.? Fantastic question. Talbot Slade, I'll just take, actually, we'll come back to this question because I'll take Talbot Slade's here. Just, it's a sign that the pastor is not studying because busy doing other things. Well, yeah, he's probably doing other things. He's probably counseling. You know, it's an inverse proportional thing. If he's counseling too much, it means his sermons are weak. If he's counseling very little, it's probably because his sermons are strong. So that's a barometer. It's a barometer. So if he's paraphrasing, he's not attending his sermons. So he's doing other things. But I think it'll be enlightened more when we completely answer the Vermin Trash Rats question here. So, what advice do you give people becoming pastors? Okay. What pastors need to understand when preparing a sermon? Okay. First of all, know your languages. Do your requisite work. A lot of a pastor's success is going to rely squarely upon his preparation in seminary. Poor preparation in seminary, poor pastor on the field, in the pulpit. The more effort a pastor puts in his education, the better his results are going to be when he comes to actually preaching a sermon. Okay? How well did he attend his languages? Did he do the bare minimum? Was he at a seminary that just did Greek and no Hebrew? They exist. Terrifying, but they exist. In a lot of seminaries today, Hebrew is an elective. Yeah, you need 3 years Greek, 2 years Hebrew to be competent in languages. Okay? So, again, it's a language game. Pastors, know your languages. Okay? So, and this is the reason why you need to know your languages. Because what you're going to do is, at the beginning of your week to prepare your sermon, it's going to take between 15 and 20 hours to craft your sermon. 15 to 20 hours. He says you should demand that your church council pay your pastor to read Greek and Hebrew of Sunday's text. Absolutely. This is part of what you're paying the pastor to do. In fact, it's half of his job. It's half his job. Half of his 40-hour work week should be devoted to preparing the sermon. And if you think he's not doing anything during that 15 to 20 hours a week, you should be seeing the evidence of that every Sunday, of that 15 to 20 hours of work. Okay? Because if you'll know if he's not doing that. It'll come right out. It'll be evident. 3-1.
Money out.
Yeah, who shaves the barber? This is how your pastor grows. Is he gets into the text and he studies the Greek and the Hebrew for 10 to 15 hours of that 15 to 20 hours. So if it takes him 15 hours to make a sermon, 10 hours should be just studying the passage. Just studying the passage. Okay? If he spends 20 hours doing the sermon, 15 should be studying the passage. And 15 is better than 10. Okay? So he is going through the Greek and the Hebrew of his pericope. What he's going to do is start the week. He's going to read it. He's going to pick a selection of the passage. He's going to learn it in the languages. He's going to go through it in the texts. Then he's going to take 5 commentaries. And then he's going to read on his passage in each of those commentaries. Okay? And that is important, because you're not going to get the true meaning out of it without it. Okay? So you need this to understand it. And then your last 5 hours of that 15 to 20 hours is actually writing your sermon and maybe rehearsing it once or twice. Okay? That's what it should look like. So that when you actually write your sermon, it'll be like you have insider knowledge of the Greek and Hebrew. You'll probably never mention a Greek word or a Hebrew word in your sermon. But it'll be evident that you've done this. Because you'll have insights into the text that aren't readily apparent. It comes out. It's like a guy who weightlifts all the time. Eventually, the muscles are going to show through his shirt. Okay? He can't hide it. So that's what the preparation of a sermon should look like, where you're looking through, taking your text for the week, you're reading it in the original language, you're parsing it, you're determining the grammar, you're reading it, commentaries on it, and then once you've got all those notes, then you make your sermon. And because you're following the Bible and how the Holy Spirit structured the text, your people will benefit as if the Holy Spirit was giving it to them themselves. Because in a way it is. The Holy Spirit has determined the text, has used men to write the text. So when you preach it directly like that, they're getting Holy Spirit-based teaching. Where's this? Well, 40. Well, I see his other question too. Yeshua of Yehovah. Question, why study languages? Whoever I learn a language from will put their own tilt on it. Why not study what experts have seen and study their opinions or 30 different views? Well, here's the thing. I mean, you need to know the languages because, the fact is that an English translation is an opinion. A translation is one translator's opinion of what the text reads. Okay. How do you know? Yep. How do you know what is the correct reading if you can't read the language yourself? That's why you study languages, so you can read it yourself. I mean, look, if it would be like going to a French literature class, okay? You go to a French literature class, and you see, you're sitting in there, you're ready to read Voltaire and Rousseau and the great luminaries of French literature, okay? And then the professor gets up and he goes, you know what? I wish I could read French. Everyone in that class jaw would drop. You know? How can you verify that a translation is a translation if you can't read the language yourself? I think what you've got here, Yeshuans, is backwards. It's backwards. You learn the language so you can determine what is the tilt and what isn't. That's why you learn the language. And because you're learning the language and not just the text or what people's opinion of the text is, you can take that knowledge to any literature and verify it. See, here's the thing. By reading Koine Greek, I'm not limited to just reading the New Testament in Greek. I can read the Church Fathers in Greek. I can read other literature like the Oxyrhynchian Papyri in Greek. And you know what? That's a transferable skill. I can read Hebrew. Okay, that allows me to read the Old Testament, but it also allows me to read the Talmud and the Mishnah and the Dead Sea Scrolls. See, this is one of those things about learning that language, is you're learning the language, not the tilt. That's why you learn the language. You understand whether a translation is correct or not. So, and he further adds here, not a criticism from where do you get should be done for a sermon. Okay. This has been the classical method of the expository method going back at least 300 years. Okay? And it's basically since Dom Calmet that this method of expository preaching has been around. So this is nothing new. But that's just the time it takes. Okay? Anyone who's done any appreciable amount of expository preaching knows this is the time it takes. It's just one of those things that just comes with the territory. If you do it enough, it's just part of it. So it's not that we're having to get it from any particular one source. It's just that's the time it takes to craft a 20-minute sermon. At least to do it competently. Oh, you can do it much quicker if you do it incompetently. It's like, you can do it real fast if you do it incompetent, or steal someone else's sermon. Yeah, I mean, Willow Creek was doing this, people were stealing Willow Creek's sermons, so they ended up selling them. So you got a whole lot of pastor plagiarists out there that are stealing Willow Creek sermons by paying for them, essentially, and claiming them as their own work. But they're not good sermons. And they're not expository. So this is where we get the information from, is that this is the practice of and what it takes to do something well. Okay, a couple more comments here. Patui says, why bother going to a football game if you've got TV cameras? Because there's nothing like being at the game and being directly touched by what's happening on the field. Yeah. Talbot Slade, Russian literature is better example. Dostoevsky or Tolstoy. Yeah. I don't know Russian per se. I know a little Ukrainian, but yeah, Russian literature is like that. I have heard that. But then again, too, would you trust a person teaching Russian literature, even if it's an English-only class, who doesn't know Russian? You know, that'd be awful. You know, I mean, I did a class on in my undergrad on Greek and Latin literature, and the teacher knew Greek and Latin. Funny that. But that's part of it. Tui also adds, there's often ambiguity in Greek not present in English, and that's true in Hebrew as well. There's often ambiguity in English not present in Greek. That's also true. There's features in Greek that simply cannot be translated whatsoever. Yeah. There's things in English that can't be translated into other languages as well. So, you know, this is why you learn the original languages. I've often said one of the things that learning a language teaches you is not just how to read, but how things weren't translated. You know, for example, we use, for example, in English, something like, they went to the store, all of them. Okay? All of them is a phrase that doesn't occur in Egyptian at all. All is never used in that way in Egyptian. Knowing that, when you encounter a translation that says all of them, you know, okay, this guy didn't translate it right. Another example is in French. French has no translation for home. The song Home, Home on the Range is untranslatable in French. So knowing a language shows you the limitations of the language. And its ambiguity, its turn of phrase, the way people thought. That's a huge thing. Learning a language will not just teach you how to read it, it teaches you how people think. And that gives you some very, very valuable insights. There's no substitute for not learning the languages if you're going to go into the pulpit. No substitute for it. Talbot Slade. Says, having to rely on someone else's opinion your whole life is like living in chains. Yeah, it is. But it's even worse if you're a pastor. If it's even worse if you're a pastor. Because you're not just living in chains. If you're a pastor that only speaks English, that only knows English, and never learned the languages, you're not just living in chains yourself. You're chaining everybody in your congregation to your chains. One of the reasons why expository preaching is so important is it helps the pastor grow. The pastor, through that 10 to 15 hours a week of Bible study, is himself growing spiritually. He's growing intellectually. He's growing in his faith. If he's not doing that exercise of studying the Word of God in that detail, he's not growing. And a congregation can only grow to the maximum limit of their pastor. So, if the pastor isn't growing, your congregation is only going to go as far as your pastor is. They're limited then by their pastor. Kind of like a goldfish being in a bowl too small. They'll only grow to the size of their bowl, and then they'll become crippled. Yes, goldfish need big fish tanks, by the way. You don't put a goldfish in a 30-gallon tank, you're going to do that goldfish injustice at some point. That's what happens in a church where the pastor doesn't do expository preaching. They're subjecting their congregation to a goldfish bowl, where they'll outgrow their container and become crippled. Yeah. And as my producer says, that church will be ultimately conformed to the image of their pastor, not the image of Christ. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, put a goldfish in a lake and it gets huge. Yeah, it'll grow several feet. It'll go like 2-3 feet long easily. They're big fish. They're really big fish. And they should be treated like a big fish. It's an excellent analogy, and it applies very well to the church. Your pastor's preaching, yeah, most pastors are treating churches like goldfish bowls, not like lakes. Yeah. I'll take one more from Vermin here. Vermin Trash Rat, based on your statements, it is thus not sufficient to just use Bible Hub or resources similar thereof. Correct. Rather, one has to actually learn the languages required. Yes. I'll even say go one further here, which is have to invest. You have to invest in these antiquated things called books. Okay? Greek New Testament, Hebrew Old Testament. Need them both. Okay? You have to invest in these. Yeah, they're not cheap, but you need them. I have the Novum Testamentum Greek, the Nestle Aland, version 28, 28th edition. Okay? This is your Greek New Testament. Okay? It's got an apparatus. Apparatuses are really useful. You'll learn to use an apparatus. Okay? The other one is your Biblia Hebraica Septuagintia, which is the critical edition of the Old Testament. It also has an apparatus. Apparatus are useful. Yeah, every pastor should have a library. Frankly, every church should have a book budget for their pastor. That should not come out of his wages.
Going to the ET.
He should be given money to go to conferences to learn more, like ETS. ETS is a great conference to pastors to go to learn more. The congregation should invest in their pastors' learning. Now, they don't have to send to seminary necessarily. He should have come to the pulpit with that already. Yep. Yeah, we have attended churches where the pastor was sent back to seminary. Okay? At the pastor's behest, which I thought was very, very encouraging. I knew this one pastor when I was at seminary. He'd been pastor for 30 years. He was finally doing his seminary education. And he was learning. He was loving it. It was like a pig in mud. It was like... I mean, he came from a farming community, and the church had finally grown enough that it could send him to seminary. And I thought that was fantastic. So, yes, Bible Hub is not enough. You need to learn the languages. Because if you don't, you can make some terribly bad mistakes. There's a saying in Greek education that 1 year of Greek is enough of Greek to be dangerous. And there's a lot of truth to that. You need the 3 years of Greek. If you don't have those 3 years of Greek, what will happen is you'll think you know the language, and you'll tend to overstate what the language says without knowing that there's a lot of traps. Woo! Yeah, I mean, the genitive and the participle are... Ooh. Yeah. The second and third year of Greek give you respect for the language. That, say, somebody in their first year who doesn't know the language or just using something like Bible Hub wouldn't even be aware of. You know, something like the prepositions. Their meanings change with the noun case they're attached to. So those are details that are really, really important to know, but you don't get them in first year Greek. So that's why you have to go through and actually learn the languages. Otherwise, you're going to be making statements of exegesis that are just simply wrong. And nobody wants that. Okay? So, absolutely, you need to know the languages if you're going to be preaching from the pulpit. Okay? So I hope that helps. And you've asked a lot of good questions tonight, so we're going to take that comment from Slade, and then we're going to basically do that last super chat, and then we're going to call it a night because we have gone way over. All right. Talbot says, maybe church should invest on using others to do grunt work so he can study. Yes, that's the function of deacons. The Bible talks about this. Yeah, that's the whole purpose of deacons. You know, the apostles were gathered around, and they were saying, what are we doing serving tables? We're supposed to be devoting ourselves to prayer and to studying the scriptures. Get others to do this. That was the apostles' solution, was deacons.
That's what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like that comment too from Patui. I've got a running Google Doc full of stuff you can't possibly know, even with the help of Logos, unless you study the language. Yes, precisely. You need to know the language if you're going to preach. Okay, if you're a lady, okay, you can make do with Bible Hub. You can learn from commentaries and all that stuff. Yeah, probably going to end up being a little more trusting than somebody who knows the language, but you can make do with other resources. If you've got the responsibility for the souls of the people in your care, that's a heavy charge. I remember when I was in seminary, preaching pastor who would ask these questions that I knew were traps. He asked the question,
The class was
yeah, well,
you knew they were.
I knew they were traps. I could see those are traps coming. And he goes, "How many of you in this class want to pastor a church of 1,000 people or more?" And I'm not putting up my and everyone puts up their hand. I'm not putting up my hand. Not for love or money am I putting up my hand on that one. Because I know it's coming. And he says, "Okay, God's going to hold you responsible for each and every one of those 1,000 souls in your care." You should have seen everyone go white as a sheet. And I'm just sort of smirking and laughing off to the side. It's like, yeah, I knew that one was coming. But as pastors, that's our charge. That's what we're responsible for. Now, as a YouTuber, even I'm responsible. As an educator, as a Christian educator, I'm responsible for the almost now 12,000 people who are viewing my content. I'm responsible to provide them with solid educational materials that basically help them to grow spiritually. And we take that very, very seriously. So a pastor to get into a pulpit and then say, "I don't need Hebrew and Greek, and I don't need to provide the best preaching on the planet, or the best preaching I can do," yeah, God's going to hold him accountable for all the souls he failed to nurture to maturity. It's a serious thing. A really, really serious thing. Could be. Jack Ray, if there's a heavy charge, would there be a shocking discharge? Well, it could happen. It wouldn't be the first time. Okay. We have one more super chat, and then we're going to call it a night here. 9:55. Okay. JCNM for $2, and he asks, "What do you think of Constantine the Great?" I think too much is made of Constantine. Okay. People have accused him of all sorts of different things that he never did. He was a Roman emperor. He was a politician. He was really a politician. I think he assassinated his brother at one point, or his mother, or something like that. He was brother. He's, I wouldn't consider him a great pillar of the faith. His role at the Council of Nicaea was very tangential at best. He wanted the issue of Arianism versus Trinitarianism resolved. He didn't care how it was done. He didn't even care who won. So he was really sort of a hands-off kind of midnight Talbot Slade. Thanks. Thanks, dude. You got to start at 6. Okay, back to Constantine. So I mean, I don't think his involvement in the church wasn't that great. He didn't convert to Christianity till the end of his life, but that was actually fairly normal for Romans at the time. It was seen that if you converted and were baptized, that any sin that you did after that wouldn't be forgiven. So Romans did tend to put off baptism and conversion until the very end of their lives. So that was typical of his day and age. And that's what people sort of view baptism as like. That the idea that the forgiveness of sins continued to go on after you became baptized was not something that they had come to realize quite just at that time. Okay? So, I wouldn't say he was a great pillar of the Christian faith. I wouldn't say he was a great leader. I mean, he was an emperor of the Roman Empire. He was a politician. That was his job. But he also was not. He didn't really meddle in church affairs all that much either. Okay, he did on occasion, like for example during the periods of his life where he had curried favor more with the Arians and the Trinitarians. You know, he was responsible for the exile of Athanasius. And he was baptized by Eusebius of Caesarea, who was an Arian himself. But my guess is his conversion was genuine at the end of his life. That was again very typical of Romans in his so I don't think he's the big monster that he's often made when it comes to the Council of Nicaea, because he's often portrayed as a boogeyman. But he also wasn't a saint either. So he's again one of these midland figures of history. Okay, so with that, we are going to oh yeah, he probably still worshipped the sun afterwards. Yeah, you know, that's again, you know, that's Roman. That's Rome for you. So again, he's not as I said, he was not a great figure of the faith. But again, he's very typical of Roman Christianity at the time. Okay. Oh yeah, it was a liability for him. Yeah, it was a liability. I mean, okay, Aaron Rich, we'll make this the last question. Absolutely the last question of the night, because we've gone for over 5 hours now. He asks, if you can't go to school, how would you learn Hebrew and Greek? Any books or courses? Okay. You can learn first-year Greek on your own, using Muntz's book on introductory text. And get the CD, one with the CD, because the one with the CD has actually a tutorial on there that's really helpful. Oh, sorry, Bible Exegesis corrects me. It was Eusebius of Nicomedia, not Eusebius of Caesarea. Okay. Getting back to Aaron's question here. You can learn first-year Greek on your own. That's easily done. 10 more gifts, memberships from Jack Ray. Snatch him up while we're going, because we're going to be closing this real fast here. Hebrew, much more difficult. You're going to need some courses. Even if you decide to learn Hebrew on your own, difficult. Very, very difficult to do. You'll need at least a couple months of Hebrew instruction just to learn the alphabet. Oh, well, I mean, I did learn Greek, first-year Greek on my own. I did self-teach. I did teach myself first-year Greek on my own. But second and third year Greek was much more difficult as a result of it. Okay, so it was a bit of a liability. Now, I learned it well enough that I could pass the killer Greek competency exam that TEDS had. And that is a brutal exam. Almost nobody passes it. Almost nobody passes it. So, it's William Muntz's introductory. I don't remember the name of the book exactly. It's by William Muntz, though. Okay. But Hebrew and Greek. Hebrew, I would not recommend learning on your own. I would highly recommend you take a class on it. Do your 2 years of Hebrew. Greek, you can do your first year Greek on your own. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. But at the same time, too, the second and third year Greek you can't learn on your own. You need to go to school for that. Okay. So, language learning is just one of those things that's really, really difficult to do on your own. It's something that's really hard to do on your own.
don't.
Yeah. That killer exam was basically taken by a lot of people who were not just self-taught, but those who had taken it at other institutions. Out of the 20 people who took that exam, there were 2 passes. I was one of them. I got, say, the second-rate pass. One person passed completely. I mean, but really stellar pass. I was able to avoid retaking first-year Greek, which is essentially what it meant. But with that said, though, I would highly, highly recommend you take classes. Okay? Again, you can get away with first-year Greek by self-teaching, but that's about all you're going to get away with here. You will not get away with Hebrew without taking some classes, and you will not get away with second and third-year Greek without taking courses. Okay? So that is basically what I would recommend. So anyway, with that said, we're going to call it there. We went for over 5 hours. Shame on you. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who supported the channel today with your super chats and with your gifts. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. It does help us to do this on a weekly basis, and we are grateful for basically your support. So we want to thank you so much. We also want to thank our subscribers, whether it's the YouTube subscribers or our Patreon subscribers. You guys help keep the lights on and keep the equipment working as well as it does. We also want to thank our subscribers who basically are channel subscribers who basically watch our videos, hit that like button, and if you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button and the bell notification so you get all the notifications. And please, share the URLs of our content with other social media platforms so other people get exposed to the teaching here. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. It was great to have you here. Again, some great questions. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.